Trying to figure out the link again to post onto my Facebook page or YouTube page. No, it's not these two. This is what happened last week when I was starting out. It took me about 15 minutes to figure out how to get it posted up. Dang it. Trying to find a link to post up to my YouTube page. Let me invite some people here. I'm trying to find the link to post up to my YouTube page, guys. I don't know why I struggle with this every week. I don't think it's this one on top. I'm going to call Mike Palace right now. Mike, can you give me your phone number on here?
You're welcome.
Bye. Okay, thanks to Mike Palace, we got it back on. So just go to my YouTube page, and under the video on the YouTube page, it says Saturday Night HVAC Chat. Should be able to click on Google, the google.com/hangouts link, and then be able to join the chat. So and Mike's there. Sweet. All right. So I just let everybody know if anybody else was watching. David. Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Let me get my speakers set up so I can actually hear. I don't have to put my headset on.
So David Randolph and LA Rams 2016. Just under the video on the YouTube page, on my Fox Family Heating and Air page. Just look for my live feed there, Saturday Night HVAC Chat, and then underneath that, a couple lines down there, you'll see a google.com/hangouts link. You can just click on that, and that should bring you to our Hangout, so you can join it if you want. So, Mike, you got your running around done today?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. I just want to be sure I got it set up on the right one.
Nice.
Yeah. I figured I used the studio setup tonight instead of the headset.
There you go. You got your running around done today?
I had one. That was it. I'm pretty much done stuff around here at the house. Let's see here. I'm trying to go get to the chat, so if anybody comes in there, I can
Yeah.
monitor it as well. Let's see. All right, hit the pause button.
You know what? You know what link I thought it was down at the bottom right of the page. There's a it says Saturday Night HVAC chat. 11 viewers. This is like 11 viewers, and then right next to it is a links tab, and one of those links is the YouTube page, and one's the video embedded.
Yep, that will give the people like if you want to broadcast one privately, but you want certain people watch it, that's the one that you give to them. That way they can go watch it without it being actually broadcasted open to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be down there. They used to have 3 links down there, but they changed it so to the point where top of the page that you actually chat with everybody, you just use that one now. And one thing, never put it down there until after you start broadcasting, because if you put it down there, somebody comes in before you get in there, it will not go live, and there's no way around it unless you stop it and restart it.
Yeah. All right. Some others are joining now. There's a couple guys. Lynn, what's up, man?
Oh, not much.
We're just trying to help some other guys join up the page right now. It always takes me a little while to figure out how to get this thing up and going. But we got a couple guys on the YouTube page on the chat trying to get in.
Hey, Zach, can you hear all of us now?
Hey, Greg. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, John?
Nothing much. Chilling.
Nice, nice. Good to see you again. How was your week?
Okay. Slow. So.
Nice, man.
Hold on. Gotta close the one.
Yeah, Mike had a pretty good chat going last night on his page.
Yeah, I kind of watched a little bit in and out. I watched you guys talking about dirty houses and stuff. That was kind of funny.
Yeah. Dude, some of those hoarder houses, man. Like like sometimes when we do an install, we have to go around to all the registers and tape and seal all the registers.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, there'd be like boxes and beds and I mean just stacked up on the walls, and there's no way you're gonna get, you're up on a 6-foot ladder trying to like reach out and get that register. You're like, sir, can you please move these boxes? Oh, those boxes? No, those boxes aren't getting moved. I'm like, well.
Now, are those normally
Yeah.
tenants or what?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just. I know some other guys are joining in here, so. Man, how was your week? What'd you do this week, man? Are you busy?
No, I wasn't too busy. I spent 2 days in a training class.
Oh, that's right. I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm doing that was a mini split, right?
No, it was actually a sales class for Aries.
Oh. I go into a Fujitsu mini split training on Tuesday, so yeah, I need it. I'm not too savvy on fully on mini splits yet, but they don't seem that hard to install. So
The guy's supposed to let me know the next time he's having a mini split class, and I'm gonna try to go. So I just hadn't been scheduled yet.
well, this is the time of year to do it, right? I mean, in springtime, like don't hit me up when it's summertime asking me to go to a training.
Oh yeah, well I'll be here shortly. I hope.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I'm in Sacramento. I'm hoping it gets hot here pretty soon too.
Yeah, it's always interesting watching the guys in the South. Seems like their summers start way early than ours in California. So,
Yeah, Eric M said it was 90 degrees already down there during the days.
yeah,
Crazy.
Florida's crazy.
Type in here, trying to get hold of these guys over here. Well, I used the 407C for the first time this week. You guys been using it at all? Yeah, I did it on a heat pump, and so it's super. I don't know. It's kind of sensitive. I mean, the pressures when I charged it up. Well, first of all, there was a really dirty air filter that the installer never took out 16 years ago. The one, that little paper thin filter screen.
The blue filter, yeah.
Yeah, that goes with the comes with the unit, like that never got taken out upon install. So that thing was caked. I took it out, and then so finally the pressures sort of stabilized on me, and then so yeah, then I dialed it in. In heat, like in heat the pressures went up, spiked up pretty high. I finally got it down to about 280 on the liquid side, so I was happy with that. And then my temp split in cool was like 19 degrees, so I did have to once I charged it, like it came factory charged 5 pounds 9 ounces, and that's what I charged into the system. And so I ended up having to take a little bit of that out because it ended up being too much.
Yeah, that's funny. That's the same story when I just used 407C. It was an airflow issue as well, and I was like, "What the heck's going on here?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm freaking out. Is it this new refrigerant or,
Right, I was too, because the first time I used it, so I was like, "Man, did I do something wrong, or is this the wrong stuff, or am I gonna have to like recover all this shit and then just dumped R22 in, but I talked to Zach a little bit about it before I put it in, and he kind of, just reassured me, just, recover it and, recover the old stuff, evacuate it, dump the 407C in, and you're good to go. Check your superheat and everything. So.
Yeah, I think mine was just a weak run cap on the blower motor, so I was changing the accumulator that was rotted out on that old ream.
I've never had I've been doing this this is my 6th year, and I've never had to change an accumulator yet.
I'm changing on Monday.
Whoa! Yeah, knock on wood. But what's going on with an accumulator that you would need to change it out?
It was rotted, rusted at the bottom and leaking. Unless you were talking to me.
Yeah, John. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was just flat on charge and it's rotted at the bottom. I mean, it was an old, 20-year-old unit, and it happens. So I saw your truck.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I saw your truck video. Did you buy that truck for your business, or did you already have it?
No, I had a Toyota Tacoma when I quit my job with the big guys, the big company in town. I sold that Toyota Tacoma and then put that money down on a 2015 Ford F-150, and sweet truck, man, sweet truck. So then I knew that I wanted those silver boxes on the back,
right?
And I knew that I wanted the the little knack box in the back that you can store. I wanted to store my blower motors and maybe some extra refrigerant, my nitrogen, and my just various other stuff in there. So I'm doing a pretty good job of keeping it organized. With a truck like that, you really have to keep it organized, otherwise it just gets out of hand.
Right. Yeah. And now, is that a 5.5-foot bed?
6 foot bed. Yeah.
Oh, 6 foot. Okay.
Yeah. I park that thing in my garage too. I fit that thing in my garage every night. I have like before I bought that truck, I was like, I knew that I liked that truck, but I measured. I went on the website and I went and saw the specs, like how long is this thing from front to back.
Yeah.
And I can't use a trailer hitch in there either because that just adds way too much length to the truck.
Okay,
because
it's that tight, huh?
because once I get it all the way back in, I'm like 1 inch from the wall, and then my front bumper is like 2, maybe 3 inches from the garage door when it comes down. So
oh, wow, that's tight. Okay, I was gonna say maybe you wanted an 8 foot, but I guess that wouldn't fit.
I totally want an 8 foot, man. Thing is, like, I just, like, I live in a pretty good neighborhood, right? I mean, I think I live in a good neighborhood, but there's,
right.
There's stupid thefts all the time out in front of the house, and you just can't avoid them. We kind of live out in the it's kind of rural out here, so sheriffs don't come out here very often unless there is trouble. So.
Right. Yeah, I live in a good, pretty good neighborhood too, and stuff. I mean, it was like a year ago, someone's trying to steal the catalytic converter off my truck, and I was like, "What the heck?" It was like 11:30 at night in my truck. I have alarm, and it chirped. Like if you hit the truck, it'll start, to chirp a little bit. Like a warning.
Yeah.
I go out there and I see the driveway light on, and I was like, "What the heck's going on out here?" And then it's like, huh. Then I hear like a car start up, like it was parked a few houses away up the street, and then they take off, and I was like, "Whoa, that's weird. Like, what's going?" And I look at my truck, everything's there, and
Right.
the next morning I went to start it up, and it sounded like crap, because exhaust line they had it unbolted, just like one more bolt, it was ready to come out, and.
Yeah.
And I got lucky because that would be like close to $1,000.
So they didn't end up getting it?
No, they didn't get it. I got out there
Oh.
just in time, and so it's a common, I talked to the police, and it's a common thing, especially for the Toyotas to, because they're so easy to unbolt, and there's, being a truck, you could slide under there if you're skinny enough. I think Eric's trying to join.
Nice.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Is my background noise okay?
Yeah,
It's kind of muffled, and your screen's black.
I'm driving right now on the way to a call. I just wanted to see if I could actually join from my phone.
Yeah, yeah.
I just got called out at like 8:55. It's hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe if I turn the phone over. Do you see me now?
No.
No.
Oh
That's
well.
a good look. It's a good look for you, though, Eric. It is.
But neither camera's on for some reason, but I'm not too worried about it.
Ooh, there's something going on there.
Is my audio being an issue?
It's all good. It don't bother me. It
you
sounds
got-
like we're in like Star Wars or something like.
I'll just mute my mic while I'm not talking.
So is that the new aluminum F-150, Greg?
Yeah, it sure is, man. Like you can't even I couldn't do one of those magnets. You can't even put a magnet up on my truck.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't going to anyways. I had in mind exactly what I wanted to do for the
Design.
Yeah, for the design on the truck. There's a guy down the street that had some really good lettering on his truck, and so I was like, well, I want it to be kind of big and bold lettering like that, and so we came up with a good logo. We had Melissa knows a good graphic designer, and so they come up with that Fox logo, and actually they came up with about 7 or 8 logos for us to choose from. It was hard to pick and choose, but we finally settled on that one. That was an exciting part of starting up the business, though, was your logo and your name and all that good stuff, and your first truck. I mean, I know I'm not going to be able to use a truck forever, and doing installs out of that truck is crazy logistically.
Right. Yeah.
Because like my installs take 2 or 3 days, so I mean you gotta figure out what you're going to take this day, what you're going to bring home at the end of that first day, what you're going to take back the second day, which
Right, exactly. Yeah, I work out of a 8-foot, and it's still kind of difficult
right.
for installs
Yeah.
and everything. I guess the frame's probably steel, right?
I think so. Yeah, I mean that truck came from the factory 600 pounds lighter than last year's model.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that EcoBoost, that's why it's so much faster. It's like you step on that gas and it just responds. I'm not sure exactly how it's built that makes it that way, but pretty nice truck.
Yeah, Ford's probably better than Chevy.
Already
Guess
had
that's
it 3. I've had it 4 or 5 months, and I've already got 15,000 miles on it.
Wow. Huh.
Don't go telling my boss that Ford's better than Chevy. He'd respond like he's sponsored by Chevy or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he gets all defensive about that. I'm like, you should check out those Ford Transit vans. He's like, I'll never buy a Ford.
There's a little bit of chat going on the YouTube page. It looks like Fritz Rochester's in here, Steve Lab's in here, Zach Sciota's in here. Zach's not joining the chat because his kid's asleep on his right on top of it, so you can't wake him up.
You can join chat and do sign language or like write notes.
Yeah, so I got another bid going for a cut-in on a house. It's got 980 square feet house in West Sacramento, old house. This was the video, or I don't know if I did a video on it, but I know I posted something on Facebook about getting ready to go to a 50-year-old furnace that the utility company shut off 20 years ago, and could I come out and get it started up?
Wow.
You know, everybody's like, make sure you bring your duct tape, make sure you bring your magic wand. But yeah, dude, I got out there, and I mean, I looked at that thing, and I was just like, there's a lot of liability in starting that thing back up. I mean, if you do, and he's trying to sell this house, and something
Yeah.
happens, man, that's not the liability anybody would want to have. So,
Yeah.
he's like, well, how can we do a wall heater? So we looked at his wall heater, and correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't all wall heaters like double-sided? You know what I mean? Like, don't you have to put, doesn't the heat come out of both sides of them? I mean, they don't just come out of one side, right?
I'm not super familiar with wall heaters, but I think it's just one side. Or you can buy one with just one side. I'm not sure.
I installed an electric one time that was just one side.
That's true. Yeah, I've seen those. They're what are they? They're 120, right?
240.
Are they 240? Okay.
Oh, the one I installed was anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you wire it, you hardwire it to the switch up on the wall, right?
Right.
Yeah. So these gas ones that I was thinking about are the double-sided ones, and they have 24-volt wiring, just two wires right up to the thermostat on the wall. But logistically, we just couldn't find a space for him to do that at. And so he's like, well, what would it take to get central heating and air in here? I'm like, well, let's go take a look at your roof, because everybody on your street has a package unit. And so we went up there. I looked in his attic, and said we can put a 2-ton package unit up there on that roof. I'll run the ductwork. So got him a quote, and he wanted a week to go find other quotes out and around. So, but I know I gave him a good price. I know I gave him a good price on it. And then I just happened to come across some financing called it's called Y Green. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's in Florida. Eric might have heard of it. It's called Y Green, and it's like some state Senate bill or something that allows you to put the loan for the new equipment on your house, on your property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So the loan stays with the house. If you were to sell the house, then the buyers assume the loan, and it's all attached to their property taxes. So super sweet for this guy in particular, because he wants to just put this AC in and to be able to sell the house. And so ideally, this guy would end up putting a brand new system on the house and not even have to make a single payment as long as he sells the house before December 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that'd be pretty awesome.
For the new owner, though, it sounds like.
Well, it's all disclosed. It's like one of the first things that's disclosed is that there's a Y Green loan on the house. So when the guy's selling the house, either like if they're trying to sell the house for $280 with new HVAC on the system, maybe the guy comes down, maybe the guy comes down $15,000 off the loan and just absorbs it, or maybe the buyer absorbs it and pays for it. That can all be worked out. So Still new to me though. I'm trying to figure it out, and a little bit of repetition. I'll definitely have it down.
My problem, I've been turned down twice for offering financing just because I haven't been in business for a year yet.
Then Lynn, I would check out Foundation Finance because we got on with them pretty quick.
Yeah, another guy just told me about that the other day, so I haven't had a chance to check them out yet.
Yeah, and they're really easy to work with, very responsive on the phone and everything. Like this one guy, we just put in his system with that Foundation Finance, and he thought he had bad credit. And there's like 3 tiers of credit, credit worthiness according to them, and he fit in the middle tier of that. So he didn't have he ended up with a 13.5 rate on his loan. So
how does that work on finance? Because I know the dealer is charging the fee. Do you just jack your bid up that much, or?
Yeah, I just build it right in. So we just like if I know the guy is going to pay credit card. In fact, even if I don't know how the person's going to pay, I always put in like a $250 credit card fee. I always put in a finance fee, and you have to. I mean, you just have to put that in your bid, because who's going to pay for it?
What kind of fee do they charge you? As the dealer.
Actually, the fee doesn't come. The fee doesn't even come from Foundation unless they're in that lower third tier. But you don't know if they're in that lower tier until you get until after you've already given them the quote. So I just bid in $500. I just throw in $500 on the bid if I know we're going to do financing. So I find out if they're going to do financing, or I get the feeling of whether they're going to do financing, and then I'll throw in, that 500 on top of the bid. So then I know they're not paying credit card, so I'll take that 250 out. I'll put the 500 in. That covers our cost. So.
But say if you job cost, let's just say it was 10,000 or whatever. How much what percentage of that do they keep? What do they actually deposit in your account?
We get it all. Yeah, if whatever the quote was, that's what we get.
Oh, they don't take a cut?
No, they just charge. They make their money off of the percentage of the loan for the person who's paying the loan off. Yep, you get your full price.
I thought some of those were saying that they would take 5 or 6% or whatever. So if you sold it for 10,000, you didn't get the full amount.
No, you get the full 10,000. In fact, we have, so I guarantee it. And that guy, that guy, the only time you get charged is if he's like that lower third tier of creditworthiness, and then you can decide right there on the spot whether you want to move forward with the loan. If you don't feel good about that particular person, then you can just say, well, shoot, I don't want to pay a fee, so I guess we couldn't get you financed. We have to find another way to get you financed. So,
right.
I wish you guys all had that Y green though, man. That Y green is crazy. I'll bet you I'm going to do 70% of my jobs off of that Y green. But it's only in like Florida, California, and like one other state. So then Lynn, are you doing all your jobs or cash or credit?
Yeah. So far everything's been cash.
Well, I definitely think you should try that. At least try that Foundation Finance, because they were good to go. They were really fast with us and got us going.
Well, I was talking to another guy at that class I was in this week, and we both started our business in June, and he had the same issue with that finance company that I had, and then he was telling me about this foundation. So I just haven't had a chance to look into it yet.
Yeah, you should do that before the summer starts, huh?
Yeah.
Because I bet you once you have financing, that'll end up being 60% of the jobs that you get. So
Now, what happens if they stop paying their bill? Do you get screwed, or just the bank?
yeah, just that financing company,
Mm-hmm.
because the risk is on the finance company, and that's
Right.
why they add that percentage, that interest rate.
Right.
And if you're in the higher tier, then you get a lower interest rate because they feel sure that you're going to pay that loan off. If you're in the middle, there's like a little bit less security level that they feel. And if they're in the bottom third, they're going to not only increase their rate, into the higher teens, but you, the contractor, get charged a fee as well. And you can just add that to you can just add that into the bid. You have to. So.
It's so quiet without Eric talking here.
I know, Eric. I know, and then he's going to be gone doing his call, so.
I'm here. I just don't want the road noise to interrupt everything,
Yeah.
It's not too bad right now, but I got old stuff bouncing around in the back of the truck. The wind noise.
That sucks, Eric. That sucks you got to get called out. You were on call this weekend, or what?
Yeah, I'm on call.
Oh, man. What kind of call you got?
I'm imagining it's going to be a drain. It's a new system that we put in maybe less than 2 years ago, and they say nothing. Yeah, it's residential.
Yeah.
So, should be pretty easy.
Callback.
It's not really a callback if they didn't maintain their system.
Oh, true.
So, you can't expect the drain to not clog up in 2 years. If you do, you're just really lucky.
Justin Henning wants to know where you're going.
Green Acres.
Oh, Green Acres is that place to be.
Yeah, not quite.
No? Justin Henning says maybe the emergency switch is off.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's the flip switch. That's because the call. My boss called me and he said that they say nothing's working at all. No indoor fan.
Oh,
no
yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
A system this new, it's most likely a float switch, but you never know.
Do you guys install float switches on all your installs now?
Yeah, it's required.
Oh,
And
cool,
yeah, and locking caps so people don't try to inhale the refrigerant. That
right. Yeah, we gotta do that too. You use the no vent caps, the silver ones?
Yeah, the silver ones that you can take off with the Schrader core remover.
Or pack them with mud, right?
There's like 2 other kinds. There's one that has a special key, and they have a different one they sold R22 and caps, and they had 2 different keys. And then there's these other ones that have a small Allen key that you have to use on there, like a tiny, I think it's like 5, no, it's not 5 millimeter, it's a standard size, but it's really small. It's like 5/100 of an inch or something ridiculous.
That's weird.
It looks like a paper clip, but it's an Allen key. It's about that thickness.
Justin's like, how far is Eric away from his call? Maybe we can just ride along.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get the camera to go on. You guys still can't see me, right? It says my camera's on.
Yeah, I was able to see you a little bit.
Through like the street lights or something.
You can see me now or no?
No, it's black right now. Well, there you go.
Oh, you just turned the light on.
Okay.
Sometimes on a cell phone, if there's not enough light, it will automatically turn the camera off to save on the battery.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably not going to be much light this whole call, so. And then if it is the float switch, I'm sure you guys don't want to hear the vacuum.
Yeah.
Is my heating guy, is he just listening or what? He's here. I see him.
His mic's off.
I guess so. Yeah, he'll be in and out. Eric, you'll be in and out, bud. Knock on wood. We're all pulling for you. Marco Alvarez just said, yeah, you're going to be in and out. So.
I get paid by the hour. I'm not worried about it. Overtime is overtime, right?
Paid by the hour, including drive time?
Yep.
That's nice. My last company I worked for didn't pay for drive time. It was once you got on site, you're like, thanks.
Even with service work, I don't know that they're allowed to do.
Yep, they sure did.
This person gonna go. I had to refrain from using my horn right there because I was trying to mute the mic and they finally went. 3 means go.
Hey, Eric. Zach says bad news, Eric. The compressor's probably grounded. It's gonna be a long night.
I didn't hear you there. My signal wasn't very good.
Oh, Zach was saying. Zach typed on the chat. He says, "Bad news, Eric. The compressor's grounded."
Yeah. Well, I don't think they'll have me change it tonight.
You don't have one. You don't have an extra one on your truck.
No, I don't.
Mm. Mm.
Well, actually, I have a compressor on the truck, but it doesn't work, so I'll be in the same predicament.
Just tell them all to sleep in the kitchen and keep the refrigerator door open.
Yeah, there you go. That's the funny thing is I'm heading to how hot is it going to get tonight? But then again, it's an even higher service charge tomorrow, so that's probably why they're like, no, come out tonight.
Yeah.
Eric, Zach says they have one on standby waiting for you because they bought it on Amazon.
Hey, if they have a compressor waiting on standby, I'll do it because it'll run past midnight, and that means I'll be getting paid double time.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh yeah. You're always looking on the right side.
Hey, if you're gonna take a job where you're gonna be on call, you're gonna have to accept the fact that you're gonna get called out.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I just happened to see this. You know, I got my page open for the YouTube page open for the live feed, and one of the suggested videos that's recommended for me is the Cat Williams in the Hood full fight video where he gets beat up. I don't know, did you guys hear that happened? You guys know who Cat Williams is, the comedian?
No.
What? What? He's like this little dude. He's a little guy, and he is pretty funny, but he's you know, he thinks he's tough. But there's like this video that leaked out this week of him getting he like jacks this like 7th grader in the face, right? He like jacks this guy in the face, and then that kid ends up like doing some MMA moves on him and just gets him all tied up, and and some guys, some adults had to come in and break him up and stuff. I don't know. I mean, that'd be so embarrassing.
Yeah. We're gonna do a lot of time for messing with a kid.
Yeah, and it's on video.
Cha-ching.
I'm just reading the chat over here. It's pretty funny.
I don't think that's really Fritz.
What?
I don't think that's Fritz Rochester. I think it's just some guy being a wise guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wise guy. He's all, what? The one and only.
The one and lonely. Mm.
So yeah, that's pretty much all I have got coming up. Is because it's just nice around here right now. It's just too nice. It's 75 degrees out here and not a lot going on. So
Yeah, same down here.
dude, I got a couple home advisor calls that. Well, the one home advisor call was that that compressor and fan motors. That turned out to be a pretty good moneymaker. But I got called the other night at 11:57 p.m. I just happened to be coming back from refereeing a hockey game, and so I just happened to be up, and so I got a home advisor call saying, or like a lead saying, need air conditioning service.
Mm-hmm.
Way the heck out there in the country too, right?
Yeah.
Like probably a 50-minute drive. But I'm like, shoot, I need the business right now, so I call it, and you get charged whether you take the lead or not. So it was a $20 charge, so I might as well call them anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So I called, and she's like, "Hello," and hi, this is Greg from Fox Family Heating and Air. I got a message from a home advisor letting me know that you were having an issue with your air conditioning system, and she's all, no, not right now. But if it does in the future, I'll give you a call. I'll keep you in mind. I'm like, huh. You went through basically went through that whole trouble of typing in problems and her address and her phone number and all that stuff, and she didn't really have a problem. Wow. It made Home Advisor $100 because 5 guys got the lead.
Now
$20 a piece.
Now, was that like a service lead?
Yeah.
So you
it's a service lead.
You can't do exclusively one person for service. They give it to 5 guys.
Yeah, they can do an exact match, and I have gotten some exact matches where they'll just pick me based on my profile and like maybe my 4.8 star rating.
Right.
But those leads cost like $30. But at least I don't have to compete with anybody else. I can just I usually call them right away, set up the appointment. I make sure I charge that. I make sure I charge my diagnostic fee, and then I tell them if they have a repair over $100, I'll give them $20 off. So most repairs are over $100. So
right.
I'm not renewing my home advisor when it's due in, I think, July. I think I'm going to be done with them.
Are you getting enough work otherwise that you don't have to do it anymore?
Not really. I'm just tired of paying for bum leads, to be honest.
Yeah, you're getting some bum.
I mean, all in all, I'm ahead on home advisor, but I don't know. It's really not worth the headache, really.
Yeah, what was it, like $380 for the year to join?
I think it was like right at 300. It was like $295 or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
So Greg, in your home advisor, you can't put in your direct leads.
I'm sorry, say it again.
In your settings on your home advisor, you can't put you want a direct lead, which
Only?
for you only.
I haven't found that option. No. Have you, Lynn?
Like,
No, I haven't.
Yeah, man.
because that
In
sounds
fact,
really stupid for giving 5 guys for a stupid repair. I mean, to fight over it.
Well, the main reason why they do that is if they tailor it to one person, then you actually, the cost that you're paying now, it would be 4 times that. And then if the lead don't fall through, then most likely people are not going to sign up because it's too expensive for the false leads. Like if, like I said, he has one that's like $30. If he gets it excluded to him, it would be over $100 for that lead for a home advisor to make the same amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
Seems
they
like
made sure I
home-
knew that. Go ahead, Lynn.
I said home advisor's really making all the money because all the contractors are paying a yearly fee to sign up, and then $15 to $20 a lead. So
Mm-hmm.
they're the ones making all the money.
Oh, he made sure to tell me that they were a multi-billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar company, and I was like, I bet you are. Because when you can challenge some of the leads that you got, like maybe another contractor was just testing the service out. You can go back in there and request a refund on the lead, and then they'll look over the complaint, and then usually they give you your money back. But
I've never got a refund from cases
oh, is
like
that
that.
right?
Never.
Even if it was another contractor?
As far as I know, I haven't had one that I know was another contractor, but I've had leads that I feel I should have got a refund on, and they
Right. Me
said
too.
they were going to review it, and nothing. So.
Yeah, me too.
So how much is the install lead?
Phew, man. I think they're $55. I unselected those. Like
Yeah,
my
I
first
have those off too.
yeah, my first night, because service calls lead to installs, So,
Mm-hmm.
but my first night on Home Advisor was an install lead, and it was like $55. And then lower down in the call, you see my thermostat's not working properly.
Yeah.
Oh man! So I'm just gonna go out for a thermostat, but I mean
Yeah.
I would have made money off of it, so I wasn't tripping. But it did, and ultimately it did turn out she had a bad heat exchanger, and she had a bad inducer motor, bad thermostat. But she
Yeah.
had home warranty, and she was like, "Oh, well, I'm just going to go through home warranty." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh man, that sucks.
well, if you don't like them, give me a call."
Yeah, it sounds like things have changed. I knew someone. I'll go ahead, Eric, or whoever.
That's all good. Go ahead, Bev.
We can't hear you. Your mic is really low.
Was that Justin?
I think so.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
we
can hear you.
All right, good.
Right on, right on. What's up, Justin? How you doing, buddy?
All right.
I like your little field piece manifold there on your picture.
The Fisher Price.
The Fisher Price. Nothing wrong with that manifold.
No, that's all right.
The S-Man. No, I like those. I like those with and they got the probes on them too. I have a set of them, S-Man 4s, but they're just sitting in the garage. I guess I don't use them. You know what happened on those is the micron gauge on that thing went out. So I guess I just kind of stopped using them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
was
only
using
use it for that.
Yeah, I was using them on chain like compressor changeouts or coil changeouts. It was the only time I'd really break them out.
Yeah, I guess it's just not a good idea to put a micron gauge inside of a manifold just to oil contamination.
I really haven't been using my S-Man since I got my eye connect.
Heyo.
We won't go there.
Well, let's go there. Tell me about those things. I just don't even know about them. Like I've never even. I know. So how much is a setup on those, man?
Well, I actually did the financing through True Tech Tool, so it's cost me like $100 a month. So
Wait a minute. You just said financing for some manifolds?
yeah,
What, like a couple grand?
I think if you buy it outright, it's like 1,700.
Oh, Steve Lab. Oh man, let it go, brother. Mama don't like that. Steve Lab's like real text you reporting on every job. I fixed the fucking AC. That's funny. You guys are funny, man. So, but you probably don't. You probably still have your regular standard manifolds, right? That you
Yeah,
use.
I do.
And I haven't done this Z manifolds either. Like, I guess those would be pretty easy to hook up. Anybody do those?
I don't have to do the Z manifold. Not that I just don't haven't made a set.
Yeah, I haven't made a set either. And if you did, would you need to, like, I have a set of R22 gauges and a set of R410 gauges, or POE, and and so I used 407C on my 410 gauges, right, because it's POE oil. But would that be the same thing there? Would you need to make a Z manifold for 410 and one for R22?
I wouldn't
No.
think so. I use my S-Mans on 22 and 410 systems. I mean, I think that was overhyped when it first came out.
Just that I got told not to do it because of the oils. You don't want to mix the oils or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I heard when it first came out or whatever. But I use my S-Mans on everything.
Well, those are pretty sweet. I mean, you can hook your clamps right up to that suction line, liquid line, and get your super subcool and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I might break them back out, but like I said, the vacuum gauge doesn't work on them. But I did like those gauges. Pretty nice. Well, they take like 12 double A's.
Yeah.
I never worried about. I don't pull a vacuum through the manifold anyway, so that micron gauge being in there really didn't affect me.
Mm. Justin. Oil mixes find that POE compressors mixing with leftover mineral oil, and she loves it. And my heating guy says he uses the same gauge on everything.
Yeah.
You guys are hacks. Just
Yeah.
kidding.
Really. I don't think.
LOL.
I don't think it's that critical, Greg, really. I mean, I think that's like an old way of thinking. I know they did that, the scary one, back, years ago. But really, especially, I mean, on a bigger, residential system, I don't think it's that critical.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's good to hear everybody else's um, opinion on it because when you work at one place and the field supervisor is telling you one thing, and then so everybody's got to do what that guy is saying, and
Right.
it kind of just gets everything brainwashed in your head.
I mean, is it good? Yeah. Is it necessary? Probably not.
That's
Probably on a refrigeration, like a small refrigerator, I wouldn't probably mix, or use different hoses. But I mean, for residential, bigger systems, I don't think it's that critical.
that's why we have these chats, so I can learn from you guys.
Just look at, for a replacement compressor for R22 system, as you know, they're shipping them with POE oil. I mean, you could try to flush the line set and evap coil as much as you can, but you're still not going to get all the mineral oil out.
True.
Well, if you're a refrigeration guy, how are you going to have that many sets of gauges for every different refrigerant?
Exactly. Or hoses.
Well, I think I only did it I only did it because of POE and mineral oil. Like I know if I was going to go with like a 407C, then I would have just used my 410 gauges. But yeah, it's good to hear you guys' opinion on it because now I might just go straight just one set of gauges. Less wear and tear, less buying of hoses, all that stuff. It's good for me.
Well, I sure wasn't buying extra sensors for my iConnect.
Yeah, well, get ready to say, just like if you got the smart tool, it's set up for different refrigerants. What are you going to do? Have one smart tool for every different refrigerant that you use?
I was wondering about that, but I think that's answered now. So those Testo clamps that everybody's buying, the Z manifolds, things like that, just even just regular standard hoses just use one set of gauges.
Yes.
I got it.
I mean, I guess the idea with the new Testo smart tools is just to kind of go hoseless and just for quick checks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can connect hoses and T's and all that, but yeah, I think that whole changing, mixing oils and stuff is kind of nonsense.
And that comes right back when you switch it from R22 to a 410A. Is it worth or necessary to flush the lines or not?
Right.
I don't flush my lines anyways. I purge them with nitrogen, evacuate them, but I don't think I flushed a line set one time.
Well, the line's going to get flushed for the next 10 years with circulation of the new gas.
There you go.
You're lucky if guys use vacuum pumps here.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's messed up.
Where are you at, Justin? Florida?
Yeah. I'm like way at the bottom down in Homestead.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right on.
Like right next to the Everglades.
Whoa. So tons of AC calls.
Yeah. I think
You
the
guys,
heat index was like 90 today.
That's crazy.
nice. That's cool. That'll definitely bring in the calls.
Yep.
You do installs or just service?
Mainly service, because installs is just way too much competition. People are doing it for nothing.
Yeah, no kidding. Tell me about it. You got your own business? Or you do your own work, Justin?
I work for my father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd rather change a fan motor than do a change. I can almost make the same money.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, if I was getting paid hourly, I'd much rather just do service. When I was doing install, working for a company, getting paid like $20 an hour, dude, it was just, oh man, I just hated it.
Yeah.
I just hated it, man. But doing it for myself, I'm like, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I did just turn down a job though because it's a crammed attic. The attic it was a heat pump up in the attic that I would have had to change out. And guys, call me a puss, whatever you want, but I could not see myself changing that air handler out, man. I was like, no way. All the trusses were like right in the way. I mean, getting it up into the attic and then in. I guess I could have gone through the return.
Yeah.
Well, you got to know your limitations. I'm learning that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, oh, I forget his name right now, but one of the guys that's on here with us, he commented on my video. I think it's the video I released today that was talking about that attic. I wasn't going to do the install, and he was like, "Dude, suck it up and get in there and do that work. Get in there and do that work." I'm like, man, you should have seen this attic. No way, I'm not doing it. But you're right, man. When you're a small crew, you got to pick and choose your battles.
People just want it as cheap as possible. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they do, but I still believe they want a quality company that's got good warranties and is going to be around for a while after the install. So, and it still proves true. I mean, there's always going to, there's always going to be those guys that are, always going to always going to be the low ballers. But you just keep doing your thing at the price that works for you, and I feel good about it. It's worked so far. So, what's that link you posted, Mike? I'm gonna check it out. Hack the planet. The picture he put up.
How do I see the YouTube chat? Because the only one I have open is the group chat. Do I have to open up on your YouTube page to see that?
Yeah, you could open up a new page on your web page, and then go to my Fox Family Heating and Air page, and then go to click on the live video, and once you're in there, I think you can see the chat that's going on.
Yeah, make sure to mute that YouTube video because it kind of confuses you.
Well, after you get to the live feed at the bottom right-hand corner of the chat, there's a pop-out as well, which will be nothing but the chat room, but you can close the live video itself.
Oh, gotcha.
Plenty of guys watching. Nobody. These guys are freaking chatting their butts off on the YouTube page. They're not really saying much though.
Yeah, just screwing around here.
Yeah. Bunch of smiley faces.
I'm actually watching the first 48.
What's the first 48?
The crime show, basically.
Oh
It's,
yeah, that's right.
real life murder investigations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
Miami is always in there, so
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Eric, give us an update. He's probably not watching right now. He's blowing out that condensate line right now. Justin found the chat. Yeah, 1700 on some manifold. I don't know, brother. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, that's why it causes such hoopla.
That's why I didn't pay it all at once.
That's right.
I usually only break the Y call on my float switches so that the fan still runs, so it's kind of odd that everything's off to me unless they broke the red.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I always break the red on it.
I like breaking the red just because you're going to the air handler or furnace at that point first and not going outside and then, figuring out you don't have 24 volts outside, then you're going, saves a little bit of time.
Right, right. Yeah, I think I used to break that Y, but I don't know. Somebody told me a while ago, go for the red. Just yeah.
That's true, but it's just so hot here to do that to somebody.
What, make them go up in the attic?
No, to cut the fan off.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just blowing room temperature air, right?
And it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It gets up to 100, 110 up here, and yeah. I guess it's moving. I guess at least it's moving air.
Yeah, but it's like 120% humidity here. So
120%.
Zach says he just breaks the Y.
Hmm. Smart probe kits. Anybody got the? Nobody's got the Testo smart probe kits.
I do.
Who, John?
Mhm.
So tell me about them.
I haven't got hardcore use out of them yet, but so far I like them. I mean, I just like the idea of something to put in my bag and something not extra to carry around, you know. Big, bulky manifold with hoses. And like I said, it's a good quality for the price.
Mm-hmm.
And then normally, like I know it's kind of like goes back to reporting, but for my own records, or sometimes I like to take a screenshot of the pressures and you know, all that info and keep it in a file in the cloud. But if the mood strikes me. But really for the price, I mean, there's can't really go wrong. I mean,
Sounds like it.
it does a lot of stuff in the app, and I was looking before this for a digital those Robin Air gauges that NorCal Refrigeration has, and I was like $100, and I was like, maybe I'll hold off, you know. But when the smart probes came out, I was like, yep. I mean, basically if you buy the kit, basically everything comes to $50 each. So it's not a bad deal.
But are those probes just telling you superheat and subcool? Are those clamps just telling you superheat and subcool, or are there also probes that are telling you indoor, you know, return air, supply air, temperature and stuff?
They sell the refrigeration kit, which is 4 pieces, 2 pressure probes, and 2 temperature clamps. So you could get all your info as far as the refrigeration side is concerned. But they also sell all the probes separately. But buying the kit is the better bang for the buck most of the time.
And then what? You pull up an app on your phone?
Mm-hmm. On your phone, tablet. So it's pretty nice. I usually like to use my small tablet to save the battery on my phone, and the bigger tablet screen's nicer.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm curious now. I might have to check them out. So it's not just like having an S-Man.
No, no. It's basically it's just wireless, hoseless, a lot smaller. It's just, you know, Testo, in my opinion, is more, their stuff is more refined and nice, I guess.
Nice. What up, Curtis?
What's going on, man?
Let's talk about my video today on that attic. I didn't want to put that air handler in. I was like, I'm not going up in that thing. No.
Wuss.
I know.
No, you don't know. Did you see that? Did you see that 30-inch crawl space? Huh?
Yeah.
All right, now, at least that's an attic. An attic, you can move around in an attic, at least, you know. That's funny.
I saw the 30-inch crawl space and I saw Zach's, like he said he had 36-inch crawl space on his air handler he just did last week. No, that's animal. I mean, that is animal. I know you guys only had to go like, what? I don't know how far your crawl was, but Zach said he had to go 10 feet. I'll just look underneath there and be like, yeah.
Yeah. Try to the other end of the house.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh my God, dude.
Yes.
Say no.
No. You can't say no, man. They got 2 systems there that, you know, when one is changed out, they're going to be calling you for the next one, man.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
You know, and see, I don't know how many systems those people had, but you know, that's one thing to think about.
Just the one.
Know?
Just the one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
You know, once they're your customer, they're your customer. You know, that's your baby. You'll be taking care of it. They ain't calling nobody else. So, you know, but I get what you're saying. I've been in some attics where it's been, you know, but, you know, that's one good thing about being in business for yourself. You know, you can make those decisions.
Exactly.
You can make those decisions. You know.
Amen to that. That's what it was. Was like it was one of those moments where it's one of those moments where I was sizing up the system, and I'm like, okay, so we have to do this, and then probably gonna have to, like, I don't know, take the unit out of the return, like enlarge the return, and just take the unit out of that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I kind of looked at myself, and I was like, or I thought of myself, I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to do this job.
We remember. I think it was last night we were talking about those American standards. Did the composite body air handlers? It's been about 3 years ago. I did a house. It had a nice size attic, but I put in one of those GAM 5s. It was like 57 inches wide. No, I'm sorry. 57 inches tall by 22 wide by 23 deep.
Okay.
And I had to enlarge the hole. It had a 2.5 ton in it. I put a 3.5 in it because it was just undersized. So I had to make the hole to the return bigger. And the only way to get it to the attic was an old house was through a pantry. You had to go up to the kitchen pantry to get into the attic. But once you got up there, it was, you know, pretty decent size. I had to take the unit all the way apart, okay? And I had to but now check this out. Those things, you know, it interlocks and comes out in like 2 pieces. You can, you know, tear it down. The thing is, because the holes are so oblong, half the air handler and half the components went through one hole, and half the air handler and the components went through the other hole.
Oh my God, nightmare.
Yeah. So, but in the end, you know.
But in the end,
we were able to get it back together, and then, you know, but it's just one of those things. Well, in that crawl space, the air handler that I put in there, I had to take it all the way down, and it had a center truss running all the way through, a center beam running all the way through the center of the house, and the ductwork was below, you know, what it was. So when I took everything apart out of the air handler, I had to flatten the air handler down like a piece of paper and slide it under the ductwork and everything. I mean, that's how I had to get it back to where it was, you know, sitting on the new hangers and everything. It's just something you run into. But I like making money, so if I can do it, I won't turn it down.
Yeah, you gotta make good money on all.
Yeah, do what? Do what, my heating guy?
You better make good money on those.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do. Oh, you do. You do. I mean, but you know, but it's all about selling yourself. You know, you don't sell equipment. You don't sell equipment. You sell yourself.
We know that.
So, yeah. But you know,
you're like the HVAC pimp.
Yeah. Exactly.
Selling yourself.
Exactly. Pimping out. Exactly. But
yeah.
But I ain't done much HVAC here lately. I've been doing plumbing the last couple of weeks.
Oh, you have? What
Yeah.
kind of jobs you been getting?
Oh, I've been helping my uncles out. It's just 3 of them, and they've got 3 or 4 jobs going on right now, and they needed some hands. It's kind of slow for me right now, so they needed some extra hands. So, you know, I've been helping them take care. They do. It's a big apartment complex, commercial jobs, you know, stuff like that right there. So, and then helping them the last couple of weeks, I finally realized why I became HVAC, and I hate plumbing, especially commercial plumbing. So that's why I love HVAC. I guess I'm allergic to shovels. Very allergic. I'm allergic to shovels, so.
I tell everyone I bite my nails way too much to be a plumber. So
You don't need nails. They got gloves for that. They got gloves for that. But
PPEs.
yeah.
I do plumbing work too, and everybody always says that. Don't bite your nails.
Yep, don't do it.
Don't touch your food with your fingers.
See, I do all of that. So
You can't be a plumber then.
Nah.
I touch other places.
How's the weather up in Michigan right now?
That's not. It wasn't too bad today. We were at I think right around 50 degrees. It's probably going to go down to 32 tonight.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Oh, dang.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. That's nice.
I think tomorrow we're going to hit like 62 or something. Hopefully.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Now, when is your when y'all's busy season start up there? What?
We're probably going to be hitting busy season. Start with our maintenance probably end of April.
In April.
Yeah, end of April it starts up. That's with maintenance. Service doesn't. Busy season for service doesn't start till end of May, June. So I got a few more months still of slow time.
Ah, that's rough.
Yeah, because you guys are. When does your busy season start?
I know mine starts like I don't know, probably mid-April. We'll start getting calls because anytime it gets above 80, people start using their AC. So it hit 82. That's that threshold, man. We'll start getting calls then.
82 degrees in April.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that till June. If I'm
Oh
lucky.
my God. June typically has probably 5 days over 100 degrees. Nutty.
Yeah, we're lucky to hit 100 up here. Maybe we get a few days out of the year.
Yeah, but if you guys get 100 degrees, it's also crazy humidity though too, right?
Sometimes, not all the time.
I was born and raised in Indianapolis, so down there, I don't know. We'd end up getting some crazy humidity there. It'd be 85 degrees, 100% humidity, and you're just drenched like immediately.
Yeah, it gets pretty bad up here.
I don't want to be in Florida then.
I lived there for a few years. It wasn't that bad. It was nice. We lived in Panama City. I lived in Panama City Beach for a little while when I was in the Air Force.
I mean, I'm used to it. Sweat every day.
That's kind of what's nice about the off season is that there's so many days over 100 degrees here in SAC, and and then there's typically like 5 or 6 around 110, and it just drains you, man. So we'll run like that until middle of October, and then finally middle of October it settles down. The rest of the year, I don't even want to think about heat. All I want to do is work on furnaces at that point.
You get a lot of furnace work down there?
Who, Justin? Or me?
You, Greg.
Yeah, I get I get plenty of furnace or heating calls because if it even dips below 40, 42 degrees here, people are oh my God, my heat's not working.
What's about the lowest temperature you get down there? You're in Sacramento, right?
Right. And so the lows, sometimes it will dip below 32. Every once in a while it'll dip below 32. But, I work up in the foothills in that area too, and it will get, I don't know, low 20s there, but not near as cold as you, brother.
I mean, low 20s, that's pretty cold.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not used to it, or in California, I mean, you
Right,
think
we
it'd
definitely become accustomed to it, to the nicer temps. But I lived in Indiana where you get down to 5 degrees, it's super windy. Like I learned the term bone cold when I lived in Indiana. Bone cold.
Oh yeah.
Super cold. Like, damn, how can it get this cold?
Well, like I said, out west, I mean, during the wintertime, do y'all get as much humidity in the wintertime as you do in the summertime?
Mm-mm. No, in fact, we don't even get much humidity even during the summertime. And when we do, it's freaking miserable because it seems like it's a little bit hotter here than it was in the Midwest when I experienced the humidity. So.
Okay, because y'all out in the desert, ain't you?
No, it's. I mean, you've seen my videos and seen like the neighborhoods that I drive through, and I usually try to.
Looks like around here.
Yeah, and it really is. It's a lot. In fact, Sacramento is known for its trees. Like its abundance of trees in the area, the greater Sacramento area, and then you get up into the foothills and up into the higher elevations, and it's trees up there. It's just straight. It's just beautiful up there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's God's country up there, man. It's so nice. It's just too
like
far.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too far, like to live up there and then have to travel down the hill.
Yeah.
That'd just be too much, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see the big redwoods and stuff that they've been talking about, the sequoias and all.
That's a vacation you should definitely take, man, to the redwoods and the Redwood National Forest. Like that's one of our favorite ones we've ever been on. Yosemite, just going to Yosemite, it would be a real treat. I mean, all the crazy rock formations they got and everything.
Man. When you gonna upgrade and get you a set of digital gauges there, Greg?
I don't know that I will. I don't know. We were talking about getting the Testos, but somebody, I might get that Testo set, but still, that's like $250 for that kit?
No.
220, 200 on sale.
And that'll get you
yeah,
what?
it's not that expensive.
That'll get you the 2 hookups and the air temperature probes?
No air probes. just the refrigeration set's about $200, and then the air probes are normally separate.
And that's like 50 a piece.
The ones that do humidity are like 79,
Mm.
and the ones that just do straight air temp by themselves are 65.
Well, let's see how Fox Family Heating and Air does this summer.
Right, yeah. Don't
Well,
keep.
well, well, I contemplated getting those, but the last job I was on, I like being able to have my gauges there and being able to, I don't know, I like the hose. I guess the hoses. I just can't get past. I know a lot of people say, oh, once you've gone, to where you don't need the hoses, you never go back. But man, I'm telling you, it'd be, I don't know. It'd just be a little difficult for me to get used to that.
No, I know where you're coming from, Curtis, because I still have a hard time with it. Giving up the hose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I still have a hard time. I still carry analogs in the truck.
But yeah, I mean, I just have to get used to it because I just got my new I got a new vacuum setup. I've been pulling them through gauges for a long time, and I got the new setup where I'm pulling it, through the core removers with the 3/8 hoses and everything like that right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really hard to get used to that. But I mean, I did it, and it worked out great. I mean, pulled a good vacuum. I liked it. It's just more stuff you got to pull out, but it worked out real well, and I got used to it. So, but I don't know. I can't give up the hoses. It's more, I don't know.
It's more of a security blanket.
Yeah, exactly. More of a security blanket where I got control of throttle in it and everything. I'm not relying on a valve that might fail or whatever.
Right. Yeah, but just for checkups or checking the system, I think the Testos is a good way to go. But
Well, I put together a set of Z manifolds, and I really love those.
Right. Oh, you do
I really love those for right now.
You have that set up, Curtis?
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. For doing quick checks and stuff for maintenances, they're perfect. They're perfect. And then, especially if you go on a call and you think somebody's got a leak, or they say, oh no, it's icing up in this, you just put, well, if you go back to that one video I did where I was under the crawl space,
mm-hmm.
I have my set of Z's with me, and I put the pressure gauge on there, and it's like, yeah, we're low on refrigerant, so I didn't have to lug the whole thing down there. I mean, those things are a godsend. Thank you, Talon. Thank you, Zach, for putting those up. So yeah, I like them. I mean, it ain't but $40 or $50 to get. Yeah, it's like $40 or $50 to get the setup. I mean, it's not that expensive, to do it. And once you got it, I mean,
I think if I did do it, I would add like the little 6-inch, this little 6-inch hose that comes with some of those connectors.
Yeah.
Well, there's another advantage of having digital gauges as well. Like, take the Sporlan Smart Tool. Like, you could do extra troubleshooting with the temperature clamps. Like, if you think a dryer is clogged up or whatever, you can put a clamper on each side and see what the different temperatures, if it's actually stopped up or not. I mean, just little things like that you can do with them that you cannot do with regular gauges with hoses.
Yeah, and I got and I got a set of digitals, and I do that. If I'm going like deeper diagnostics, but like that's what I was telling you. I got the set with the hoses. I got the S-Man with the hoses. I can't, for like I said, the safety blanket. I just can't get rid of the hoses right now. I don't know.
Pretty much, I still use the hoses too, just like I put the Smart Tool on there, but I still charge it with the manifold, and I still catch myself watching the pressure actually on the manifold.
Yeah.
Mike, how much is the Sporlan Smart Tool set?
Oh, I think it was when I got it, I think it was just around 400. I think it was.
All right, you got a deal, man.
Yeah, that ain't bad. That ain't bad at all.
Well, it was a little bit more than that, but I called the supply house, and they said, yeah, we got one in. Well, I said, I'll be over there in about an hour. He said, well, the one you talked to on the phone misled you. I said, well, I should get me a discount. He said, yeah, and you will. And he gave me a discount on it.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, because normally I think they're close to $600 for the kit.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, I don't think my business manager is going to let me spend that kind of money on some gauges, guys.
What kind of gauges are you talking about?
Oh, the like the Sporlan Smart Tool or the
Smart Probe.
Well,
yeah.
let me just put it shortly. GoFundMe.com.
What did you say? GoFindMe.com? What is that?
GoFundMe.
GoFund.
GoFundMe.
Go
Oh, so
fund
you
me.
guys are saying that you would pony up and give me some money to go get some gauges?
Yeah, and go on Craigslist and say you'll do a tune-up for $55 and you get all the business you need.
Hey, I do that already, Mike.
I saw a link the other day somebody put about how to check the operation without gauges. So, you don't even need gauges. Just a waste of time.
Yeah, BCC, baby. BCC.
No, it was actually a scientific way to do it.
When you do them tune-ups, be sure you put in fine print, the Freon is free. That'll get you extra business.
So what was wrong, Eric?
Remember, there was a grounded low voltage wire to the condenser which popped the fuse.
Not so easy then.
I fixed it without using any material but a fuse, and I did not have an extra wire to use.
Nice.
And I did not fix it, and the wire's still grounded, so I'm sure some of you guys know how I did it.
Eric, I missed it. What was the problem?
Okay, there's a 2-wire low voltage going to the condenser.
Okay, yeah.
One of the wires is grounded, and it blew the fuse. I fixed the problem by only replacing the fuse, and the wire is still grounded, and I don't have an extra wire unit.
He pulled a Goodman.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you took one of the wires from one side of the contactor and connected it to ground, and just hooked up one wire from the unit inside, right?
No, I just switched the 2 in the air handler. That's all you have to do.
Air handler. Oh.
The one wire is already grounded. Why would I have to add any other grounds? I switched the grounded wire from the hot side of the transformer on the yellow to the common side that's bonded to ground anyway. I told them they need a new wire because I'm sure it's only a matter of time before something else happens.
Yeah, probably have rats.
Well, it's weird that it's grounded because it's not running a conduit. So the outer shield and the insulation on that wire is compromised, and it's nowhere that I can see it. What I can see looks good, and like I said, it's not in a conduit anyway. So what would it be grounded to? It's going through a plastic bushing.
Did you ask them if they've been hanging pictures in the house?
It goes straight down through the mechanical closet to the first floor apartment mechanical closet, underground, and then up from underneath the apartment building. And I'm sure it's not in a conduit any of that way.
Good luck changing that.
Oh, it's going to have to be run overhead and down the wall. Luckily on the second floor, so they have an attic.
No, do like Israel would do. He would change the unit out and put a wireless communication system in there. You'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
The unit's like 9 months old right now. They were they were trying to say that, the unit you guys just put in failed, and it wasn't actually the unit, so this will be billable.
But that's in your contract, right?
Yep, connect to existing.
Well, that's what you get when you do a lot of retrofits like that,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm always finding 10 gauge wire condensers that need number 8 or number 6. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. I like the FPE panels too. I've seen a condenser with number 12 going to it, and it needed number 8, and they had a 50 amp stab lock FPE breaker on it.
Yeah, that will never trip. That'll do it.
Just burn the wire.
Hate those panels.
Sylvania sells the breakers now for $1 an amp. You need to know the breaker price. That's what it's going to cost you to get a new breaker.
Dang. It's like Zensko breakers.
Those are bad too.
Yeah.
We have a lot of that.
Zensko breakers are expensive.
Yep.
You can actually buy them online at Home Depot. Brand new.
What, Zenskos?
Doesn't Sylvania make those too?
Oh,
yeah,
do they?
back in the day.
Oh.
I thought they were the current producer of them. Zinsco's in business?
No, I think Connecticut Electric or something.
Oh, okay.
Now, do you break the Y call or the red for your float switches, Eric?
Oh, I'm losing you. I'm going through a bad signal area.
For your float switch, what wire do you break? The yellow or the red? No.
Yeah, I must be going through a bad area.
Now that's a good debate. I've heard it. I've heard people doing it.
It'll be better.
I've heard people doing it either way.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, PHC apprentice?
Going on? I'll be joining. I'll be listening in for about an hour and 45 minutes. I'll try to join in with my face soon.
Right on, right on.
Well, it depends on what you're wiring. If you're wiring a furnace or an air handler.
Just straight cold air.
That's true.
I mean, up here we're wiring furnaces, so we're cutting the R. Because, in the winter it's going to condense, so it's still producing water. It's producing water in the summer.
Well, yeah. I mean that makes sense.
I always cut red, so I mean I did started doing Y at the beginning, but now I always cut red.
Luckily, I don't have to deal with any heating, so.
Steve breaks the oil line. That's funny.
There you go. Just put a valve in the oil line.
Yeah.
Some relay logic to get it to close.
There's some pretty funny
Put a solenoid in? Put a
There's some pretty
solenoid in the oil line.
Yeah.
No, we got. There's a lot of people up here that, like, if you're doing a heat pump, they'll break red. They'll just break red across the board, and I'm like a gas furnace, yeah, but heat pump, I just break yellow myself. But I know a lot of people that break red. They just want the whole system to turn off. The reason I break yellow is because even if it's in the summertime and the outdoor unit does shut off, it gives them a little bit of, the fan, control the fan to, at least move the air in the house.
Right. Yeah, that's what a lot of people were saying earlier was they like to just break yellow because it keeps the fan on. But God, how much is that really helping? I mean, when it's 95 degrees, just circulating room temperature air.
I guess it gives
a lot of the manufacturers recommend it because it's on a load switch.
You're right. I mean, the ones I put in, the manufacturer says break the yellow. So.
Well, it's kind of psychological too, People think the fan's running. Oh,
hey, that's what I was getting. Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Even though it's hot out, you got that fan running. It at least makes you feel like it's cooling the house. Until the AC guy can get there and fix it. So.
There's also the logic that maybe it'll take them longer to realize something's wrong, because the unit's still blowing air, and they wait longer and longer because they say, well, it doesn't seem like it's cooling off, but it's running,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. True.
So I just go by what the owner wants, and everybody I've worked for, they say break red, even though the equipment manufacturer says yellow.
Yeah.
I say forget it all. Just break the white and you'll be good.
There you go. For a condensing furnace.
And then
when
they tell you not because they don't have air, it's because the water coming through the ceiling, then you know what the issue is.
Now I'll tell you what was a godsend was when Ralph first did those videos on the SS2s, or just those safety switches. Every single install and service call I go on, if they don't have one, even on an upright furnace, I'll add it. I'll say, look, customers gonna pay for it, of course, but if they want to do it, I add it because it's.
Yeah.
I mean.
I just found one from Diversitech called SOS1 that clamps onto the 3/4 PVC, and you can position it on top, you can position it on the side, or position it on the bottom, and it will actually sense the water level inside the pipe and shut the system down. So on upflows and downflows, now I have an option for a condensate safety switch. So I'm looking forward to that this summer. Definitely going to sell those. What do you sell those for, Kurz?
I'm paying. I think they're like $10 a piece.
Right.
So I mean, you think about a 50% markup on a little item like that, plus the call, you're making a pretty little bit of money. It ain't a lot, but I mean, it's something that pays for $30, $40 you make on it. Not bad, plus the call. So I mean, for the money, it's a definitely when it comes to safety for the person, you can't beat the deal.
Oh yeah, I mean, I call those things like the ones that you put in the pan up in the attic. I mean, those things, I just call those things sheetrock insurance, because that's exactly what those things are, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
oh yeah.
I let them know. I let them know for $125, we could put this in on your pan up there in the attic, and so that little switch will monitor the level of water in your pan 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if that water fills up to an inch or above, it shuts your system down.
Yeah.
How does that? I mean, that's got to be worth,
Yeah, what they're paying, no doubt. Especially for paying. I did a change out last year. The woman had just a straight AC, and the woman had no. The unit was like from '86, and the unit had no pan, no emergency drain pan in the attic.
Oh,
I was like,
man.
"Are you kidding me?" I says, that right there, you mean that this thing never overflowed? Oh, it never overflowed. I says, you just got lucky. I said, you just got lucky.
Hey,
John, that's all I can say.
John Israel.
Yeah, I see it.
Saying, you see that?
Yeah, I see it. I'm typing it back right now. I wonder if he means the SOS ones or the CC ones from Diversitech.
I don't know. He'll type it in a minute here.
Well, they do it. They make an SS1 and they make an SS2. The SS1 is the one that's like a T, and then the SS2 is the little 90. Safety switch. So.
Yeah, I think a couple guys made videos on them. Nah, they're junk.
I don't know. I always use those ones. They're like little hockey pucks. I call them hockey puck.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones I use, and I've had success with those. But we don't do too many attic jobs or really too many jobs where we need them.
Yeah.
You don't do jobs in the attics?
No, not many at all.
Well, that's why I like those ones that clamp on, the SOS ones, because they'll work for upflows and downflows. But I know other people are saying they're not worth a shit, but I'm gonna try it. I'll go back on my own callbacks. Safety switch SS1. Oh yeah, I see what. Yeah, the SS1s.
Yeah,
right.
like a T. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, I mean, how much are those?
They're $10, $12. I mean,
is
that's
that
what.
right? That's basically
Yeah,
the
that's
same
what
price as the SOS.
Yeah, that's what I'm
ones.
paying. Yeah, that's what I'm paying. I mean, I don't know what what
Yeah.
they are over in California. Or,
Even if they're $15, I mean, to sell them for $125, $150, you're gonna make your money off of it. So and
oh
they're,
yeah.
man, I mean, to be able to install that in an upflow or downflow and not ruin your blower motor down below it or the control board down below that, I'm able to sell that pretty easily. So.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just common sense. Yeah.
You guys like those SS1s? Huh?
That or the SS2.
I've seen all those SS switches fail because they're magnetic reed switches, and I've gone back to those when they're 2 and 3 years old, and you flip that switch over, and it will never shut the unit off.
Interesting.
I've been to units where there's 2 air handlers put in side by side on the same day, flip both switches, and neither of them work. I've seen stuff like that a lot. I don't know if it's the magnetic field from the fan motor, but that's my theory anyway. But it seems like those magnetic reed switches are prone to failure. When it's like an attic job, I like those little giant switches that are actually in mechanical contact. So there's really no way for it to, or it seems to me that if it's more durable and less likely to fail when you need it to work. And those aren't very expensive at all.
Which ones, Eric?
Sometimes guys take it off the air handler wire and just leave it there.
Which ones did you like, Eric?
So they're made by Little Giant, and probably other people make them. They're not a magnetic reed switch like the SS1, 2, and 3. The SS3 is the pan type for like an emergency fan, but it's the same magnetic reed switch as the SS1 and SS2.
Are you talking about the ACS-2? It's like a float that looks like a little spring on it.
It's got a little black.
Yeah, I see it.
It's a magnetic reed switch type float. I think they even say that in the description.
Yeah, I see one. Little Giant ACS2 auxiliary condensate drain pan.
Yeah, I like those ones.
Now see, on new construction up here, you can't use those anymore. They won't let you use those. You've got to use the ones, the magnetic ones made by Diversitech, or they got the dog on them. I can't think of the name of them right now. They're made by the same company. Yeah, Aqua Dogs. They're made by Rector Seal. They sit on there, and they just clamp on. Those are the ones the inspectors. Those are the ones the inspectors want to see. They don't want to see the Little Giant because they say they're flimsy, they're cheap, and they're easy to fail. So
isn't that weird? Everybody's opinions on these. I mean, that's just crazy. That's funny.
I can't believe they make you use a certain brand.
Yeah. We're just just like Rodney says here, just run them all in series with each other. One will catch on to it.
I do that. I float the primary and the secondary pan, run them through series. One should stop it.
Yeah, yeah.
I've come across guys who have wired those in series parallel, so every switch would have to fail before it would actually interrupt the circuit. Those are funny. They're like, why didn't my flip switch work?
And then they run capacitors in series, so it's like, what the heck?
Those are the guys that put hard starts on three-phase units.
Or single-phase compressors in three-phase units. I've seen that before.
Yeah. Well, you can actually get that to work a lot better than trying to put a hard start on a three-phase compressor.
What does that do? I've never seen that in action.
Well, there's no actual proper way to do it since it's not a...
A start winding.
Yeah, no start winding. So the way I seen some guy do it, and this guy was an idiot, he put it from L1 to L2, or T1 to T2 on the contactor.
Oh, so is it dead short?
Yeah, dead short. The contactor sounded like a machine gun. The unit would try to start, and then the voltage would drop, and the contactor would drop out because it wouldn't have enough control voltage, and then it would try to pull right back in again. It was just like, you know. And then he brought me over to the unit. He's like, "What's wrong with this?" And after about 3 seconds of looking at it, I'm like, "Well, there's your problem." And I go to take the thing off of there, and you can barely hold it. He's like, "Well, do you think it's still good?" And I just chucked it right in the dumpster. I'm not even gonna chance it.
Do you think it's still good?
Yeah. The same guy who hooked the cheater cord up to a 480 volt disconnect.
Nice.
No. Man, this guy's like going for a Darwin Award for sure. The natural selection is gonna have its way with you, man.
Oh man.
We can only hope. Keep your genes out of the gene pool.
Yeah, Eric, when you get some time, I want you to see if my problem with the smart probes is isolated to like the iOS system or what, but it's really annoying.
I think I do remember they kept going back to Celsius. It's just, a reminder of how we should have switched to the metric system.
Thanks, Testa. I really, really appreciate that reminder.
That's not how we do things here in America.
No,
I
we
actually
can
know
be,
Celsius, kind of. Like, I kind of studied it just because I thought it was maybe good to kind of know. But it's still annoying as crap. I keep selecting Fahrenheit every time it drops signal, it comes back. And I was really expecting it to be a little bit stronger than it is, honestly. I know they're
how
dirt
far
cheap.
away?
I was like in my garage, and I just walked through the door, and it was starting to drop out. So
yeah, well, you got to remember that's a fire-rated wall.
No, it's not. Not in my house.
It should be. Like, garages are supposed to be a fire-rated door on a garage and a slightly fire-rated, not like a, heavy duty, but.
Yeah, it's just sheetrock and insulation, and it's a solid wood door. But I was just thinking, am I even going to be able to be in an attic and close the scuttle hole door? I had pipe dreams that maybe I'd actually be at the condenser, but that's ridiculous.
I was at my air handler when I was testing it, and I had the probes on the condenser, and I was getting them for a little while, and that was through a concrete block wall. But
was it right on the other side, or was it in the middle of the house, or?
pretty much right on the other side. There's a bathroom and then the condenser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other side of the hallway from the bathroom, and then the bathroom, and then right outside the bathroom is the condenser right there. So, but still, I was impressed. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I didn't buy them for range, but I did like the idea of maybe not having, having them in the attic and being underneath them. Maybe if they don't do that, I don't know. I might sell them while they're still popular right now. Because I might as well just keep my SDP2. You know what I mean?
I don't know. There again, when you got an attic unit, if they really don't have that good a range, stick one in the supply and one in the return.
Grills, yeah. Yeah.
I noticed I was getting the same readings at the grills as I would 2 inches away from the air handler, so I don't know how much.
Did you have the probe stuck up inside the grill, or?
Yeah, I just stuck it straight in. I didn't even have it at a perpendicular. I mean, it's getting hit with all that air. It's gonna change temperature.
Yeah, I mean, even Jim Bergman's starting to say to do that with the iManifold. So I don't know. I'll play with it for a while. I'll probably have my testo probes in the grill and in the supply grill, and then have the STP2 right at the unit and just start comparing them. That's kind of how I learn,
I did it with the testos that way. I moved them to grills, and I had them at the unit, and I had no difference in readings with the same probe.
Yeah. The only thing that I could see an issue with, Eric, is multiple returns. You're not going to get a good average that way.
True.
Especially if one's upstairs and one's downstairs.
Yeah. Well, you have to see how it works in an attic.
Yeah.
In an attic, you're only trying to go through one layer of sheetrock instead of two.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully they'll.
What I talked to Testo about was they definitely need, and they could do it, but it would be proprietary. They need a Bluetooth repeater for their stuff.
Yeah. And that one should be like the class 3, the good one. You know what I mean? Like keep that one close and then kind of blast it out harder from there.
People were talking about ways to do it, but it seemed really expensive. Unless you have a proprietary device, you had to buy like some kind of Bluetooth signal.
See, that's what I was kind of thinking was, there's the guy selling his whole iConnect setup for like $1,200, and I started thinking, I probably got $350 into these testos now, and if I have to buy Bluetooth repeaters and all kinds of other junk, maybe I should just pick that one up. I don't know.
True.
Yeah, and I was playing around with my unit today. I had the iManifold app open, I had the Testo app open, and I was putting and manually entering the readings into the iManifold app. Yeah, and it totally gets my airflow wrong on the auto estimation.
Yeah. Well, it's tough. According to the fan performance chart for my unit, it's a lot different than the vane anemometer says, but it's still within like a couple hundred CFM. So.
A couple hundred CFMs is a lot.
I know it's a lot, but it's a lot closer than you're going to be by holding your hand in front of the return and saying,
Yeah, but
I just if I thought I would use iConnect every day, I would have one. But I barely use the 605s and the SPD2, so I'm not gonna invest all that money. I use the smart probes constantly.
Yeah, the refrigeration set.
Yeah, and I like them because they're at the price point where I don't care about having them floating around in my tool bag. I take reasonable care of my stuff, but probably people aren't going to be so so like that with their iConnect, you know, with those probes that cost a lot more money. You're gonna want to have them protected better. And that's, you know, I never expected the testo set to be a iConnect.
No, and I didn't mean that I did either, but
Yeah, it would be nice to have better Bluetooth range.
yeah. And just a couple bugs in the app fixed. That's all I want.
Yeah.
That's all I would like.
But if you say that anemometer is accurate, that's good to hear, because
I was surprised. I mean, I did it fast across the grill. I did it slow across the grill, and it was always between 950 and 1025, which my static chart showed that I was somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100. So I'm kind of liking how repeatable it was, so I can. And I actually, I was experimenting with, my daughter has a little selfie stick, and I like taped it to the selfie stick. I think I'm gonna steal her little selfie stick and get some kind of Velcro or something, and so I can do ceilings and stuff.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I like the little averaging thing, and you know, it's real important because I was using good grill AK factor data as well. That's super important because I could change my reading significantly by just changing that 5-10%. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Zach says his vein is usually close, and you know, I think Zach would agree that it's all about getting good data on your AK factor.
Yeah, that's for sure. That changes everything.
Which I would have this question for you, Zach. What do you use if you're doing like an open air return, or let's say that you're trying to, basically you're going to try and traverse a filter. There's no AK data for filters. That was the only thing I was wondering about.
And I found that whenever I talked to you about that, I was finding it was like 0.7.
0.7, yeah.
Yeah. It was surprising.
Because I think what you ended up doing was you narrowed the opening down with a piece of cardboard, which I thought was kind of smart.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it, is to make an opening with cardboard that you can repeatedly traverse, and, you know, make a non-restricted one, obviously. But
Zach is saying full opening, but I don't know, because every filter's got some sort of mesh or something on it.
yeah, when I was doing full opening on the filter, I was getting readings of like 1,500 CFM out of a 3-ton. It was crazy high.
Yeah. Only filter like a filter in the bottom of an air handler. Or a media cleaner. But yeah, for the price, you can't beat it. That little anemometer.
You got less in your whole setup right now than I have in my main anemometer.
Yeah. I would rather have your vane anemometer though, Eric, because with the large vane you can do it much quicker and stuff.
Yeah, it all comes down to how often you use it, too, though.
Yeah, it's just nice to have in the arsenal because, you know, with these range, you know, if you can't trust like a blower chart, then you can at least have something to kind of get a reference point with.
Joe, you think super changes snake oil?
I think all the oil additives are.
I don't know. My buddy just said he was using it, and they're using it at his job with the 407C, and they haven't had any issues with it yet.
Yeah.
I'm down for just adding POE, but I just heard about it, so.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm struggling with the idea of mixing POE straight, on purpose. I would, I've heard a lot of guys are using that Supco 88 because it's basically transmission fluid. I'm not making that up either. It smells like it, looks like it. It's got like the same. It's petroleum-based stocks and all that stuff. Basically, the hydrocarbons are going to start to move the oil. But I don't know. It's probably just something that you just gotta kind of get over. I guess I'm still stuck on all the all the scare tactics that they were using on us back in '07. Just mixing them.
Yeah, I mean, for
embrace it. Embrace the mixture. No. Add PVE. Zach, they're using PVE oil in Amana 20 SEER inverter systems, and they send you a dryer, which I thought the reason that mini splits did not have dryers was because PVE oil breaks down dryers. And the guys at Amana School looked at me like I had 3 heads when I asked them that question, which I kind of figured, but I don't know if you've heard that, Zach, about PVE oil in dryers.
He's probably typing right now.
Yeah. But I just thought it was interesting. PVE oil is super expensive. I do know that. But it's better than POE.
It's better than POE?
Yeah, it's not nearly as hygroscopic. It doesn't absorb moisture as much.
Where do you guys learn all this stuff?
Like HVAC talk. I learned so much from those guys, and just reading things. And see, the good thing about that website is there's always people posting some kind of PDF from manufacturers, and I'll read them.
Oh, cool. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, for sure. There's also a guy on there he must have like a terabyte hard drive. He's got every single manual you could ever need. So you're like, I need a manual for a 1960 Fetters unit, and he has it. It's crazy.
Wow.
It's kind of nice to have that.
Mm-hmm.
As Zach said, he just started researching it. But yeah. Adding oil is easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of buying that pump, right, and then drawing the oil from the can into the system. But how do you measure how much POE you're putting into the system? I mean, I guess it's 15% of the oil that's in the system.
Yeah.
Needs to be POE. So what do you? I mean,
you could look up. Most Copelands have it on the scroll. It's on the label inside the ounces.
Oh, really? How many ounces of oil is in it? Oh, okay.
Yep. And I think they have that in their app. Do you have the Copeland app on your phone?
No.
Yeah, that is handy because it'll tell you capacitor sizes.
So Zach says there's a certain amount per pump stroke.
Oh yeah.
On that.
Gotcha.
How many ounces per pump do you think?
I say 1.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We'll see what he says.
Yeah. It's actually the POE man.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm serious. I'm definitely going to do that on evap changeouts and compressor changeouts and stuff like that. I'm totally going 407 because it's just so much less expensive.
Well, here's the thing, Greg. You only need to worry about that when it's a long line set or the compressor is above the evaporator. You don't even need to worry about oil return if it's a short line set because you're going to have velocity. It's going to do all the work for you. Especially package units, you definitely don't have to worry about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If it's just straight mineral oil in there, you still don't have to worry about it.
No, I would have no problem with it because you're going to have enough velocity in there that it will carry that oil back just fine. It's more for long line sets and anytime the evaporator is below the compressor.
How long is a long line set? Over 50 feet?
I'd say yeah. I'd say 75. Or let's say for some reason you've got like an 1 1/8 line set on a 3-ton unit, and that just basically goes back to your velocity being low, and it won't carry the oil back. So you're going to need the refrigerant to carry the oil back. And it won't do that with mineral oil. But Zach says 75 feet.
75 is a long line set. Right on. Well, shoot, that's good to know, man.
Yeah, I'd keep it pure myself, and personally, the reason I probably don't have any opinions that are based on doing this in the field is because we bought 2 pallets of 22 right before it jumped way up. So
right, and so then if I added the 407C on a straight mineral oil system that used to use R22, then I wouldn't need to change the Schrader valves or the O-rings or anything like that out either, right?
Yeah,
because it's not POE that's going to dry the rings out.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, so if you're doing like a split system and the air handler is vertical, like right on the other side of the condenser or something, or even in the attic, because gravity's going to carry that oil back for you. You don't even have to worry about it.
Really?
Yeah, you know? I mean...
Oh, that's so good to know because, I mean, not like adding the POE is going to be a challenge, but, you know, it's $175 for the pump, and then you got to buy the oil, carry it on, you know, have it available, be ready to use it when you need it, which I was getting ready for. I was just going to do it, so Eric, make it home.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, I share Zach's crazy mad scientist trait. I guess we were switched at birth or something. But
I'm too scared to do that shit. Tested it out, but I'm still going to use the 407. Just as a business owner, I have to go that way, man. I'm not spending $500 on tank of R22 anymore. Yeah, I have a little bit left. And if I can't get them to convert over to a 410 system, then I'll convince them to, you know, either fix the leak, fix whatever's going on with the system, and then just substitute out the 407C. So.
Yeah, me too. I think I'm going to go that way too, Greg.
Absolutely.
What are you selling 22 a pound for?
It's going to be right now. I'm at $100 a pound.
Okay. Yeah. Damn.
And as the price goes up this summer, it's just gonna go up too. So, but I pretty much go 5 pounds. You know, like if a container is 500, then I'll sell a pound for 100. 5 pounds sold will pay for the tank, and the rest is profit. So. That's how I sell it. But you know what? I used to be a bartender for like 15 years. So that's how we sold liquor. That's how we sold liquor. Was like 5 shots would pay for the bottle. The rest is profit. So that's how it is in the bars.
I can't believe it's costing $500 out in California.
Yeah, we
Hey,
just got
Eric.
quoted from Slate Brothers. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Right.
Hey, maybe we could, maybe me and Eric could load a truck up. And,
Yeah.
I don't know. Make some cash.
Yeah.
I think it's high 300s here.
No, I'm saying 475. I'll get it out to you for.
I have
Actually,
3.8
Eric.
tanks left, so
Eric's got how many pounds of recovered refrigerant after 108 units?
That's all. Oh no, we gave that to the scrapyard. I don't recover it out of there.
Oh, you fool. You fool.
Time, man. I don't have time for that.
Man, we could sell it to Greg and say it's new refrigerant, man. Oh my gosh.
Oh wait,
Put it
yeah,
on-
that's right.
put it on eBay, boxed it up as Genetron R22.
Yeah, here's another fact for you guys. You know all these different refrigerants that you see in parts stores, like a Mary, Pure, and all these names you never heard of?
Mm-hmm.
You guys know that's reclaimed refrigerant, right?
Hey, as long as it's clean,
Yeah, they don't have to tell you that it's reclaimed.
that's fine.
Hmm.
Do y'all have any supply houses around y'all's area that it's actually buying your 22 from you?
Yeah.
Like, do you?
Yeah, I got a place that will take the recovered refrigerant and buy it back.
Do you know what it's going for a pound now? Like what they're buying it from you for a pound? Because it's been a while since $5 or $6 a pound.
Probably.
Oh my God, that's more than it was about 2 months ago. Huh.
That's what the last place I checked into was. Yeah.
Are you pulling it all out of old units and turning it in?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
You know-
I think last night you guys asked me, I think Eric, you asked me last night that R22 that I pulled out of that heat pump for the compressor to change out this week, I should have just reused that. Like, in my mind, I feel like the R22 that I pull into that tank, I feel like that tank is dirty, like contaminated. And I mean, I know the EPA says I can put that back in the system, but how clean is that tank? You know,
As clean as you make it.
that like a recycle tank or a recovery tank when you get it, is it sterile? It's a clean, good to go to like reuse that R22?
It should be, as long as you pull the
Yeah.
tank into a good vacuum. I mean,
Yeah.
what's in there?
Oil residue, but I mean, you
Yeah.
guys are mixing oil anyway, but I mean, it's not going to hurt anything that's not already. I think your system's not as clean as you might think it is after a compressor change anyway, and all we do is put dryers on it and hope for the best. So
Right.
you're not
point.
really hurting anything. Just
Yeah, because I know I got the. I've had that recovery tank the whole time. I didn't even think about reusing that, Eric. I should have. And really, you can only put those back in the same system you got them from. I think that's EPA, right?
You're not technically allowed to. I think the problem comes in where you try to sell it to someone else. Like if you recover 2 pounds out of somebody's unit and then you sell it to somebody else, you're not allowed to do that.
See, that brings me into my next question. Is it a loophole that if I gave it to them for free?
I just don't think it's worth anybody's time to worry about. I think the only way you're going to really get in trouble is if you're taking lots and lots of recovered gas and selling it to people and it's not meeting the purity standards. You know what I mean?
Well,
You're not worth their time if you did it with 2 pounds.
so if I give people my recovered refrigerant, I'm really not breaking the intent of the law, maybe, but not really the letter.
Well, as long as there's no record of that happening, if you give them
Transaction,
refrigerant, it never really happened, did it?
So
Exactly.
you guys can probably see where I'm going with this. Here's your total The refrigerant's free, but your total $300 for my labor.
Services.
Yeah, don't even put the refrigerant on the invoice.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
I've all these train systems I've been starting up, I have to recover gas out of them, and we've gone back to you get there on a service call and it's a leaking evaporator coil and you're gassing them up for 2 days. I put that gas in there. I had to put 11 pounds of somebody's unit before it. It's brand new clean gas that's come out, so I'm not charging them for it because it's a warranty call anyway.
That's smart, man.
And how many of you are actually using a filter dryer when you recover the refrigerant out of a system?
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah, a lot of people don't, and that will definitely contaminate your tank real fast for not doing it, and also the recovery machine.
Yeah, but I don't think those little bitty dryers do a whole lot though. Unless you change them every time, Mike.
They grab a lot of particles out of there.
Yeah, particles, but they're not going to actually treat the refrigerant.
No. I'm under no illusion that it's treating the refrigerant, but it keeps a lot of the junk out. And you got to remember too, that filter dryer is meant to be in there continuously, and you're only cycling the refrigerant through one time when you use it.
Yep. But they actually say that the dryer has done its work within about the first 15 minutes the system's run.
Yeah.
That's all it's going to do. So, you send it through once on the way out, once on the way in. You did pretty good.
I mean,
I agree, but
those dryers, I think like.
Sorry, Curtis, we didn't get you. I locked up, I think. Yeah, I've had the same filter dryer on my unit forever.
Yeah. I just weld stubs onto a normal dryer. They're cheap.
You can get flare dryers. Why would you weld anything onto them?
Because I have them in the truck already, and I just keep copper stubs, and I make them like a foot long, and I cut them off the next time I need them and put them on, and just keep clean dryers that way. You know what I mean? Because I don't ever have a need for flare dryers in my normal everyday work.
Oh, I only keep them for the recovery. I buy like the 8 cube 3/8 flare dryers. Especially if you're only using them one time. If you're only using them a couple times, I don't go for like a big dryer.
I have a changeable core dryer, 1 1/8. I'm not just kidding.
That actually, I wonder what the cores would cost if you got a shell. I just priced out a shell dryer that was 7/8, and it was $220 for the shell, and the cores were $40 for it. So.
Yeah. That would probably last a while.
But those little they're really cheap if you're only recovering.
Hey Greg, I just looked up my supplier for R22. It's $3.95. You're getting ripped off.
Where are you? Oh, and you're in San Diego, right?
Yeah. Of course, that price could change tomorrow, but.
You don't need air conditioning in San Diego.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
You get that ocean breeze coming through.
Yeah, but about 10 or 15 miles from the ocean, it gets pretty damn hot.
Yeah, that's a big disparity, though, man. $100 is $100.
Yeah.
Oh, what was your supplier, John?
Johnstone.
Oh, Johnstone, huh?
And Johnstone's pretty expensive.
Yeah, I just got quoted. $425 at Johnstone here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And that was earlier this week. So I don't know. You just found that today?
Yeah, I'm looking right on the website, live data.
Hmm.
But they're not, all Johnstones aren't in the same network. It's just, they're all kind of individually owned.
Yeah, it's selling for $395 where I'm at. Too.
That on?
It's probably about right.
But I mean, it's still that's damn expensive,
And it's just only going to go up, as the months go by.
It'll get to the point where it's like R12, and then the last company I worked for had a full 30-pounder of R12 in their shop, but who are you going to sell it to now?
Right. Yeah.
Don't get caught holding. Make sure that you don't buy too much. You don't want to buy a pallet of it and still have 10 bottles of it in a few years from now.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that's where it's going to kind of end up.
That's an interesting story. I worked for a fellow one time. It's been about 10 years ago. I noticed he had about 5 or 6 containers of R12. I says, "What do you got that R12 up there for?" Because it was like $800-900, a container at that time. He told me the reason he bought it all was because he got a 64 GTO, and that 64 GTO's got air conditioning on it. And he's got R12 in that 64 GTO, and he likes it. And that's the only reason he's got that R12, because it puts out a lot of more colder air than 134A. So that R12 don't go into nothing but his 64 GTO.
You might want to fix the leak on it, though, rather than have that much. I mean, how much is that car used to
There's a novel idea.
I don't know. He just told me, he says, all that is for my 64 GTO and nothing else. And I said,
Does the bottle sit in the passenger seat with him?
That's what I was about to say. Does he have to gas up the air conditioner and the fuel tank before he goes for a ride?
He must have, because, I mean, to have that much R12 for just one car, because you can't really sell it to nobody. I mean, honestly, even back then it was, almost $1,000 for a bottle. I don't know what it is now, but I'm sure it's up there.
I think the demand for 22 will be around for 10 more years, easily.
Think so?
Well,
yep. I sure do.
Well, you got units out there that were from 02, 03, and 04 that are still R22. So.
Oh, shoot, all the way up to 2010.
Yeah. Still,
Yeah, but the residential demand's going to go away pretty quick. I mean, think about it. If you're charging $75 a pound to go gas up somebody's 3 or 4 ton unit that had maybe 10 pounds of gas in it, that's a hefty chunk out of just replacing the whole thing.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that's what it runs into. I mean, that's what I was getting ready to say. I mean, if you've got recovered refrigerant R22 just sitting there, and you've got a unit with a known leak, you could charge that customer half price for the recovered refrigerant to get them through until they decide, look, I've got the funds where I can upgrade.
Yeah, you can't legally sell them that refrigerant, so watch how you word that.
Yes. Yeah.
I would just think that just the damage that the R22 can do to the environment would be enough to make you think, I don't want to keep juicing this thing up with R22. I need to fix the problem.
No damage.
410A has a higher global warming.
What?
410A has a higher global warming potential than R22. Did you know that?
Global warming potential. Yeah, you're right.
It's climate change. We're no longer calling it global warming.
A lot more than R22.
Yeah, 410, dude. That's just been an epidemic, man.
I don't think they really. Why did they make this crap that leaks? Then if they care so much.
Yeah, they don't give a shit about the environment. It's all about staying in compliance with the regulations and making money. That's it. It's got nothing to do with anything else. They wouldn't use 410 if they didn't have to.
But the corrosion on the this former carrier corrosion on the coils I don't know if you guys have experienced it on the 410, but I mean, it's not just one leak. It's like a freaking rash of leaks on these coils, on the copper coils, and then we're replacing them with the aluminum coils.
Yeah, but that's not because of the refrigerant. That's because of the crappy copper, crappy Chinese copper.
That's
And
because
the
of the
higher pressures.
it's because of where they're being made and how they're being made. Well, I shouldn't say where. I should say how they're being made. They're being made by the lowest bidder, and they're cutting corners. It's like the guy that undercuts you and never pulls a vacuum. Well, the guy that's making the coils for whatever brand you want to say, because it's happened to every brand. It supplies them with the cheapest coil, and then they have these problems because their factory is not kept up right, and the manufacturing process contaminates the product.
So the people that are making the copper say it's Aspen. Like Aspen had the biggest problem here with the 410 coils. So is like somebody else making those coils, and then Aspen is just labeling those coils Aspen?
No, but they're buying copper from somebody. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
They buy huge rolls of copper.
And I heard that the copper that they were buying was from overseas.
Yeah, Chinese. Like when I was in the Goodman factory, they buy Chinese copper. It says China right on it. Some Yongchong Ying, huge rolls, rolls. It takes a semi truck to move them. I went to the York plant, and they're using copper from Texas. And
Interesting.
They actually have pretty. I put at least 20 or 30 York systems in, and knock on wood, I haven't had any of their copper coils leak. But you have to remember too, they were also chasing these higher efficiency numbers with rifle thin coil tubing, and I think they got they went a little too thin.
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to chase that efficiency.
Well, and also back in, like, right before the recession hit a few years ago, you know, Trane and American Standard had a big problem with their coils. They were buying a lot of their copper coils out of Mexico. And, you know, my dad told me at that time when he was putting those in, he had a bunch of leakers just because of, you know, the factory they had came from. You know, in Mexico, they changed over from Tyler, Texas to, you know, Mexico, and then, you know, they all went to shit. So, but I mean, and then they finally got their act together when they went to aluminum coils. But,
yeah, right.
You know,
I've had good luck with the aluminum coils. I pretty much just go just give me an ADP coil or a Rude aluminum coil, and I'm good to go with that. But I just won't go with Aspen anymore.
Yeah, I've never heard of Aspen before.
Yeah, dude, they were totally just denying the shit out of any problem at all. They just kept denying it. No, it's not us. It's your installers. You know, you're like.
Trane did it too with all those water source heat pumps at our one customers, and those are all package units. So who do they have to blame but themselves?
Yeah.
11% of our installs, we were having to go back and change the EVAP coils on. 11%. I mean, and when you're talking about thousands of installs a year, that's like hundreds of coils every summer that you're changing out.
On those trains, every coil was changed at least twice.
Yeah, we were changing
35 systems. 100% of them had failed at least twice, and then the third coils, I guess they actually took care of making them.
Whoa.
What was that, Rude?
How old was that house?
No, that was Trane.
I got a question about the York microchannels, just right quick. I know everybody's talking about, you know, the microchannels having a bad rep with York, but my question is this, and I guess this is to Joe because I know you put a few of those in. Did the heat pumps have the microchannels, or was it just straight cool condensed ACs?
Yeah, straight cool only.
Straight cool
water.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't get water to drain and defrost on a heat pump in microchannel.
Okay.
It just doesn't work well. But if you want to know, I've heard a little bit through the grapevine about what the story was with York. their original microchannel coils that were made from like 2007 through 2010, those were the ones that leaked pretty much every single one.
Yeah.
And those were actually made by Delphi. I don't know if you've ever had a Chevrolet car, but
Yeah.
Delphi makes a lot of pretty good parts.
Yeah.
There was actually something wrong with the alloy that they used. It was worked great in cars, but when it got that close to the ground and kind of got rained on and splashed on and all the stuff, it literally turned back to the white powder that it was dug out of the earth from.
Mm-hmm.
And now, their microchannel coils, I've put a couple in. I haven't really had a bunch of problems with them. They're actually Chinese, the new ones, and they figured out the alloy to do better being that close to the ground. See, cars are never really, if that makes sense, about being like right at the ground.
It does.
Because you would usually, when you would take one of those coils out, you would almost brush up the coil. It's like white powder whenever you take it out. And
You ever put any on a roof stand?
no, I haven't.
I'd be curious to wonder if those fared any better, being on like 24 inches above a finished roof.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys out there with leaking package units on roofs with microchannel, though, isn't there?
Yep.
So.
Well, I'm saying rooftop condensers are usually on a stand that's at least 2 feet above the roof, whereas a package unit's on a curb and it's not necessarily that high. I'd be curious to know, or if like a package unit was high enough on a curb adapter, if it survived.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think it was the internal pressure. I think it was more of the alloy that they chose to make it with, more than anything.
The pressure just makes it happen sooner.
Yeah, and leak more. Yeah, John, I don't like microchannel. I'm not a fan, trust me. They are finicky to charge. They go from on target to 0 degree superheat in the matter of like 3 ounces. And if anyone's ever come across, I've seen a couple of this. It's like a York microchannel straight cool unit that's mismatched with an old coil, and it's so packed full of refrigerant that literally you can like feel in the fan, if it was a clock, between the position of like 12 and 3 is hot, the rest is cold, because literally that's the only part that's actually condensing the refrigerant. So next time you guys come across a microchannel coil, run your hand around the fan and you'll feel this dramatic temperature difference across it. But John, did they drop it, huh? I didn't know that York doesn't use microchannel even on their straight cools anymore. But
well, I didn't either.
I've never actually had microchannel before. I have never seen microchannel yet.
You haven't?
I put one Ameristar AC and it had a microchannel, and I wasn't too pleased with it, but it's doing all right now. And I put a few of the York heat pumps in. That's why my question was, because I was, watched John's video on York, and I was afraid that, my microchannels were, or those heat pumps had microchannel. But the only one around here that has microchannel is like the Nordyne stuff. I know Nordyne puts a lot of with their heat pumps and all. And I mean, I've been approached to sell air temp and stuff, but
no, dude.
I can't. I just can't. I mean, and it's a good price point, but I cannot come to grips with selling that stuff. I mean, I don't know.
Their whole coil design, to me, from an engineering standpoint, is awful, because have you all noticed that on one end of the coil goes in the cold liquid, and then it goes up to the top and then back down the other side, and then out comes the vapor. So one side of your coil is going to be ice cold. The opposite side of the coil is going to be superheated gas. It just seems like that's not good, because every other coil you see, they take great lengths to keep their circuits even. They even start to skip rows if you start to kind of map one out. you'll see it goes up 3, skips a row over. Just, if you were using an I-manifold probe in that duct system, you would get really different air temperatures coming off that coil. For sure.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know how well they really drain water. It would seem like it would hold a lot of water, and then that would kind of re-evaporate. Yeah, Rude doesn't sell microchannel.
Package
Yeah,
units.
Zach might share that idea because he has a couple videos.
Rude does microchannel on their package units, indoor and out.
What?
Yep.
On residential?
At least a couple years ago, the cube ones that get put in commercial or residential, the rectangular ones that are mostly commercial.
Yeah, I've been putting in Rude for 6 years, and I've never seen a microchannel on any of them.
Maybe they stopped, but I seen for a while there they were indoor and out.
On package
They
units?
were straight cool
Yeah.
though.
Even on package units, they were just copper, copper like they were like M coils, like Z coils.
Are you doing straight cool or are you doing heat pumps?
Yeah, straight heat, straight AC and heat pumps.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen if they did it on heat pumps or not, but
Yeah, a lot of our stuff is gas electric, so.
You know who has the best design package units? And y'all are gonna. It's Goodman. And you know why? Because that's a Mano Raytheon's package unit design from way back.
Yeah, but that evap coil is crazy difficult to get in and clean if the filter's been dirty.
Oh, you must mean like on the gas packs, Greg?
Yeah.
You got to pull the top. Yeah.
Right. You got to pull the top and then like reach.
But yeah, but the heat exchangers on the return side, so they last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a good thing in my climate. It might not matter as much in yours, but our.
It does, definitely.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
I've noticed that all side flow package units are very hard to get to the evaporator coil.
Yeah, except now Goodman's Amana's heat pump package unit is very, very easy to clean the evaporator. You just pull the side cover off. And it's right there. You probably haven't seen those, Eric. But actually, I guess the straight AC one would be the same. But yeah, it's a good design, and it's not their design. They're typical. They bought Amana, and they said, hey, this is actually a pretty good little design.
I know their commercial package units are not a very good design.
No.
Eric, I have a stupid question just because I don't know. I've never done too much commercial. But what's the economizer all about on those systems?
Changing the amount of fresh air you're taking in based on your conditions. So if your outside air is at a temperature where it would be helping meet your set point, instead of just running AC in the wintertime because the store's hot.
Yeah.
There's different sequences of operation for them, but I mean that's the basic idea.
So they're wired in. That's something that's actually functioning electronically?
Yeah. A lot of them will, they'll have different reference set points that you can set them up for, and most of the time when you see them, they're not set up right.
I bet.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but I think when the package unit gets a Y call, then it goes through the economizer and it says, okay, we're above this temperature, we have to run the compressor, or nope, we're below this temperature, we can just cool it with the outdoor air.
Yeah, they can do that, and they also use it to not take in outside air when they're only running fan. They do different things with them.
Like 100% occupied stuff.
Yeah. There's a lot of different sequences of operation for them, and most of them just aren't even set up to do any of it. They're just there because the job spec'd them, and they put them in the unit, and they plugged in the harness, and they walked away from it.
Yeah.
I've played with them a little bit, but I mean, even what people want to get into with them is more for a test and balance company than anything, because it's you gotta actually look at how much air is coming in through it, because it all depends on the ductwork it's attached to, how much air is going to come in the economizer when it's at a certain percentage open, and factors like that. But
Yeah, that's right. Enthalpy.
yeah,
I guess that it's really up to that installer to make sure that he sets it just right.
it never happens.
Really?
Yeah, it's very rare to see economizers set up to anything but just plugging them in and running away from them.
Yeah, because most people that are installing aren't exactly seasoned technicians.
Exactly, and it's just more stuff that's spec'd on jobs that people don't actually set up. It's the intention of it is, to make things more efficient, but nobody ever actually sets it up. So you basically just waste money to have something there that nobody ever sets up to work.
It sounds like every air conditioner that's installed in the field.
It's usually one of those things too that if you tell somebody your economizer's not working, they're like, so
What?
the unit's cooling. What does that mean? Do I have to fix it to have cold air blow out the end of the duct? Well, then no, I'm not touching it.
Yeah, I've seen some that on real hot days it wasn't cooling too well. It's because that commonizer was wide open.
Wide open, yeah.
Cooling hot air in.
Yeah, they never set the economizer up to work right.
I guess you could call it a deconomizer.
Yeah.
The anti-economizer.
Pretty much. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that people don't set up a lot of times. I've gone back to commercial units where somebody else has changed an evaporator fan motor and they bought a new pulley with it, and it comes with an adjustable sheave pulley, and they just put it on in whatever position the pulley came out of that box that they bought. And the unit will have like nowhere near enough airflow. All the grills are sweating now, and you have to try to ramp up the fan to the proper speed to get it to stop sweating.
Yeah. And then you usually have to line up the belts again and stuff too, right, Eric?
It depends. I mean, if they did a really bad job installing it, yeah, I've seen some belts that were installed really bad. I've seen belts come from the factory that were totally out of alignment on what is that company? No, it wasn't the Goodman. It was an exhaust fan company. What are they called? Captive Air, I think. I don't want to slander the wrong company. It might be Captive Air, but don't let me slander the wrong company, because this thing was bad. The pulleys, like if this is they're two, it was a double belt pulley. It was off by an entire belt width, and the pulleys were only like that.
Yeah, sometimes it's set up, installers, like when they would try to set up the barometric dampers, the old barometric dampers, and with the weight on it and stuff, and they would just jack it all up. They'd not even be close. The thing would be just slammed shut with no bypass being allowed.
Yeah, I've seen the opposite of that too with
yeah, I usually just zip tie them shut.
No.
I hate bypasses.
I've seen Train had some barometric. They were meant to exhaust on units that could take in a lot of outside fresh air with reheat. So they had barometric dampers. If they were taking in, when the air would change, they could actually dump return and take in outside air with the barometric damper on the return. It would just let the return air go outside instead of going into the unit. Well, they put the barometric dampers on backwards, so the barometric damper was wide open, so it was always drawing like 100% outside air through this unit. And they did it on like 5 different units. They're like, we just had all these units put in to control humidity, and the humidity's worse than ever.
Eric said, I can fix that.
Yeah. Those direct.
It only cost you $7,000.
The Honeywell's got
Either
a
way,
sweet,
but
go ahead, Eric.
no, that was it.
Yeah, I would say Honeywell's got a sweet bypass damper now, the CRPD. You can just set what static pressure you want on it, and you can just like totally just dial it in. What static pressure you want it to open at, and there's no counterweights or anything. It's pretty sweet.
What's the cost difference on that and a barometric damper?
I guess.
Significant.
Yeah, like I'm, you can get one for about, you probably get a CRPD for about $100, depending on where you get it at. You can get $90 to $100, and the old barometric weight style is probably a lot cheaper than that, but way worth it to me.
Well, I mean, I was going to say is $100. That's not a bad price.
That's not a bad price at all. Especially
No,
when you're
I mean,
doing install. So
yeah, exactly. I
you
mean,
just bid it into the job.
exactly. That's not a bad price at all. I was thinking more like $500-$600.
Oh no, not at all. I like the new ARD dampers too. Those things are fucking awesome. They have I mean, I know they used to have the 2 tabs there that you could like make it so that they wouldn't close all the way, but now they have like this dialed in. You can totally dial it into 4 different levels of openness when it's closed. And when it's in the closed position, it'll still remain open for you. So this last system I just ran or just installed, I set them up so that I didn't even have to run a bypass. If one system is calling, then the other system will just bleed off any extra air that's going to it. So pretty sweet.
Did you lock it in first stage when only one zone was calling?
Oh yeah, I think I remember you asking me. I don't know how to do that. So if only one stage is calling, what am I? I would have to do that on the zone board, right?
Yeah, it has an option in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, like in the setup.
Yep.
Okay, I'll read it.
Honeywell's not very adjustable. I use the Jackson control systems because you can tell it exactly how many zones you want calling before it'll upstage. So let's say you had 4 small zones, and you said I want 3 of these to be calling before it'll upstage.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's more adjustable. I think Honeywell has 50% or it'll upstage on either one zone.
Yeah, I have 2
kind of all or nothing. So yours is perfect to do that because
2 zones and they're perfectly the same size, like same square footage, both sides of the house.
Yeah, so if you go back, you just select that option and then. Do
you remember what the option's called?
Yeah, percent zones upstage.
Oh, that's right.
And then I think there's like DAS upstage inhibit, or it might say MS stage, multiple stage inhibit, and that means like let's say your air temp is approaching the limit for the low.
Yeah.
Then it's not going to upstage into second stage, which makes sense, right? The same way with the heat. If you're running hot, you don't need second stage. It's plenty hot,
right?
Or plenty cold.
So yeah, that's perfect because you wouldn't want you really wouldn't want second stage to kick in if you just had one zone, because that system provides 800 CFMs in the first stage and 1200 on the second stage.
Yeah. So 800 might have been a little much had you not cracked the other dampers open.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm doing that in all our new houses. No one ever notices that air is coming out of the other zones.
Right. That's what I told the homeowner. So you won't even notice it, but it will be happening.
Yep.
And it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well let the air come into the house, even if it's in a place you don't think you want it, rather than just be sent through the unit 100 times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The only
Superheating that air.
Yeah, or supercooling it, because your
Right.
16 SEER unit is not 16 SEER with 58-degree return air.
Exactly.
You know, its capacity goes in the tank, and so does of course, the efficiency. You know, the only time that cracking the dampers is not a good idea is if you have a two-story house, or if you have a little loft as a zone, because in heat, you're going to really overshoot the temperature way much, because all your heat is naturally rising, and you can't shut off the heat going up there. So,
Right.
yeah, not too good in that aspect to do that, but you know, in that scenario, I don't worry about it too much, because the upstairs should never really need to call for heat much. You'd probably find it's never really needing heat up there, because all the air is naturally rising. So just oversize your downstairs a little bit, is all I was saying.
But on my system that had the same size zones, you said just keeping first stage on. If only one zone is calling, you can do that percent zone. You set it like 50%. You said.
Yeah. I think that's the only option you get, if I remember right.
Okay.
It's either, you know, calling or 50%. Unless they've changed it and they've added like 70. Maybe on the.
I'll go through the manual.
Yeah. But it's in there. It's in there. And I've actually, sometimes in my jobs, the dampers will not crack open enough. And I've actually, I can loosen the Allen screw that holds the damper blade, and kind of tweak that, and I can actually get more adjustment out of it that way as well, because they'll only open so far with your adjustment they give you. And
the Honeywells?
Right. So let's say you need it to bleed, 400 CFM through one 12-inch damper. It's probably not going to do that.
Oh, okay, got it.
You know what I mean?
I got it. Yeah.
It's probably not going to stay open far enough, but I can still work around that by taking the motor off, and you can look through that one little hole that they give you, and you can open the damper blade a little more. So what that means is when it goes open, it almost goes past open, and then it doesn't close as much. So there's definitely ways to make things work really nice without bypassers.
Yeah, I don't like superheating and supercooling that air. Like
Yeah.
I would take my bypass, and I would almost run it all the way back to the return. Like I would even get a Y and like cut in the Y just so that I could run it as far away from that return plenum. I would never go from the supply right back into the return plenum. Always be as far away as possible as I could.
Yeah, and that's why dump zones are a better alternative. Dump them into the house in an area that they're comfortable with.
Which is essentially what we're doing with leaving the dampers open, so that's nice.
Exactly. It's a really easy way to do that.
Yeah, won't make anybody uncomfortable either.
Yep. Billy Knopf said he wants to get a modulating control for the bypass. Well, get rid of that bypass altogether.
A modulating control for the bog bypass. I don't even know what that means, Billy.
I think he wants a modulating system that would do like we're talking about, and have no bypass for the bog bypass. It's basically a poor man. What we're doing is a poor man's modulating zone system. This two-stage equipment is relatively economical these days. They're not that much more.
Oh, I don't know.
though.
It's like twice the cost of a single stage to me, isn't it? I mean, aren't you getting them
Yeah, but it's not twice the cost of the job. You know what I mean?
right?
Like we're talking $1,000 of the price of the equipment,
Right.
and that depends on how much you want to mark up that $1,000. But to a customer, let's say you wanted to make 2,000 on the 1,000, it might be an option for them. You know, hey, I could spend $2,000 more and get a two-stage system. That's not bad. That's economical, in my opinion. You know, I know Rude doesn't make a two-stage system that's economical. That's for sure. But Goodman Man has actually got the best price on a two-stage system, bar none.
Oh man, I just can't do
What
it.
you get. I know. I don't particularly like them other than what they do give you in the end. It's pretty nice with the two-stage, but
Joe, you just put in the Rude air handler, right? Wasn't that your job?
yeah.
So, are you? Do you normally do? You don't normally do Rude. You do York, right?
No, we did York a couple years ago.
What prompted you to put in the Rude air handler?
We got a supplier in town. Finally, I saw some of the YouTube videos about their new condenser. I really like their new condenser, and then I saw one in person. And I'm tired of these flimsy air handlers that if you have them a quarter inch off, you can't even get the doors back on.
Right.
So I started, man, my dad is so resistant to change. He will not, he did not like the Rude thing, you know.
He didn't like the Rude, huh?
No, no. But he was worried that this supply company that came into town was going to, you know, basically not last, and he's going to have these systems that he can't get parts for because there is no other Ream or Rude dealer in Tallahassee.
Oh, okay.
Which is understandable, of course. And he's also like, you know, we really aren't having any problems with the Mana, but I told him, I think it's important for us to separate ourselves from Goodman because no matter how good of a job I do, people are going to come and say it's just a Goodman. You know?
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. And I wanted to, and there's also the thing that got me away from New York is there's a lot of hacks in Tallahassee that are set in New York, and I didn't want to, you know, be even close to what other people might be experiencing with York. You know, my systems worked great for York. I don't think they're an awful unit, although their air handlers are about as flimsy as Goodman. But the Rude equipment seems to be, in my opinion, maybe besides the Train plastic air handler, the best air handler that's made right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I really agree. I'm totally on board with Rude. I just put in a Bryant. I just put in that Bryant, and I crawled across the. You know, I had to get over to the back side, so I had to knee up on the top side of it, get across. And I ended up kind of bending that whole, you know, that whole. I ended up kind of bending the whole box, the whole air handler. I had to bend it back into shape.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering how the carrier stuff has been because we haven't put any in a while. They used to be pretty stout, but I was just wondering if they.
You know, if I would have had a block underneath there in the right position where I crawled over, it wouldn't have done that. But I guess the block was moved up a little bit more, maybe 6 or 8 inches. And I was like, man, what did I do? Oh shoot! And I stood up and I lifted up on it and cranked it back into shape. The doors went back on fine, but yeah, I do like the Rude, and I know John. I know John. You know, John Israel has been putting Rudes in and showing those pictures off. I've seen a lot of guys putting Ream and Rude
they've got
products in. So
a great condenser design. They used, you know, that unit I put in had a good fan motor on it. It was like a good old GE fan motor. Had a nice capacitor. their TXV valves are actually the little feeder tubes are wrapped and insulated, and they're not just strewn out. You know, because every single Amanda unit I put in, I have to pull the top off the thing and separate the little feeder tubes, and it's because they're throwing them together. Every other Amanda we sat had a bent fan blade coming out of the factory, so it seemed like they're
What do you put in, Curtis?
I put in American Standard and Ameristar stuff.
Right on.
But I do have a question. Like the Riemann Rude, do they still make the small air handler where the heater kit was all tied in with the air handler, or with the blower motor rather? Do they still do those anymore?
I think so. Yeah. Right. Yeah, where it's all right there at the blower motor.
Yeah, you know, they do. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's been a while since I put any of them in, but I'll tell you what. Now I did like that little platform, the little small air handler where everything was kind of compact. You know, I mean that was. Yeah, Ream and Rode, how the blower motor and the heat kit, were all. It kind of looked weird when I first seen them, but I mean, I kind of liked them. They were nice. I didn't know if they still
make
made them.
that air handler. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, see, I didn't know if they still made them with everything back when they changed to 13 SEER and all the air handlers got big and tall. I didn't know if they still made them or not.
I didn't realize how many of you techs over on the East Coast it's just so much heat pumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 90% of our market.
Yeah,
Really?
electricity's so cheap. Yeah, electricity's so cheap around here.
It's just straight cool for me.
It's just been all straight cool.
Yeah, there's no heat pumps here.
You guys just need to install furnaces. Get rid of these air handling units.
So you guys, you'll do furnace onlys a lot of times.
All the time.
Yeah, I got a buddy up in Washington, and he says we do a lot of heat pumps, but there's a lot of houses that have subfloors and basements, and so they'll just end up just running heat only a lot of times up there, and they don't need air conditioning.
We do hybrid systems, gas furnace, heat pump. A lot of straight cool.
If I could turn a lot of my customers on to hybrid systems, I'd love to do that. Because, I mean, I really do like those setups a lot better than I do just regular furnace air conditioner. I mean,
They're a lot more money.
they are, but I mean, I do like
on propane though.
Yeah, as long as they're not on propane, they're on natural. Yeah, I mean, they're you know.
Well, I just did my buddies on propane. I did that Ream system, and I did 2-ton heat pump with a 96% efficient gas furnace on propane. It saved him a ton of money. It saved him almost 2/3 on his propane bill.
That's pretty awesome. So many people are doing solar now that you'll end up seeing people with gas with gas systems switching back over to heat pumps. The solar will pay for it, right?
Yeah. No, I like the Ream furnaces though. I don't know about the air handlers.
Yeah, Ream makes a good furnace. I mean, that heat exchanger looks pretty cool.
No, I got a Rude furnace in my house. Even though I'm a Carrier guy, but I got a Ream furnace in my house.
Yeah, I saw you put it in for that side job you did too.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about that saved
Oh,
saved my buddy all kinds of money.
Joe, you know we could see your computer screen, right?
Yeah, I clicked on it, so I wanted to see what he's looking at there.
Yeah, this is the old rig. This is what I was showing. They have it on rig.com.
Huh? Yeah,
It says
that's
up
it.
to six. They said it's up to 16 steer.
Wow.
There's one left. I don't know if they actually have matches for it still. Sometimes they'll have some on the website, and there's actually no ARI match for it, but I don't know. I haven't tried to put one in.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. Hey, there I am twice. All right.
How do I stop this now?
Let's see, Greg. That's what you could have used for your little tight attic. See, one of them short
Mm-hmm.
units.
Don't even start, man. You know, he liked me too, man. Like I know he just like because I put his neighbor's system in right down the road, and I know that he liked me. I know he wanted me to do that job, but shit.
You could have probably give him any price and he would have took it.
I think he would have done it, man.
Yeah.
It's a matter of want, and I had just gotten done with that job, that one install, and that install took me a whole week, man. It took me 7 days. It's just myself, you know, like
Yeah.
I had a buddy help me run some duct work, but but everything else went in myself, and you know, when I'm videotaping everything, it takes twice as long.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if I was on YouTube, I'd do your job.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta stop the video right now. Oh, let me put it in a different position right here. Make sure the
How
lighting's
do you
right.
feel about a week without air conditioning?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. John said you couldn't actually buy this one anymore. I haven't actually tried to.
What's that?
John said he couldn't actually buy this old school air handler
this
anymore.
system,
I tried to.
Yeah, we got a Ream Rudd distributor here. It's about an hour from where I'm at, and I haven't actually asked them if they even still had that old air handler. But
Sometimes suppliers will give you that answer though, just because they don't want to try and order something different.
True.
Oh no, we don't make that anymore. Yes, you do. It's on your website. It is. Crap.
Yeah, that's like a carrier supplier. We tried to order a 2-stage heat pump, and they're like, no, that's going to be 3 weeks out because they don't stock it in the warehouse anymore. They only stock the nice 5-stage units now.
Yeah, look, Zach, it says factory installed auxiliary heat. So that probably is your Kelrod stuff. Yep. Yep, there it is.
What the heck is that?
That's the blower housing on those units.
No,
Yeah.
That's the blower housing to the right I'm looking at.
Yeah, these are the heaters. It's like an oven element.
Yeah.
It wraps around here, like on this side piece. Those heaters wrap around this outer circumference.
So you gotta replace. I mean, what if you gotta replace the heater kit on it?
Oh, you can.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It all comes apart.
Really? Huh. Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, it all comes apart. You gotta replace the whole blower housing.
No, they're bolted in there.
Okay.
I promise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like
they're held in by these little screws and stuff that are on the outside.
that's like 50 pounds of shit in a 5-pound box.
Exactly, it is. But I mean, like I said, I mean, for the footprint they are, I mean, they were really nice when I was putting them in. When
What
I
are
looked
they?
for this one.
Are they only 34 inches tall?
35, I think it said.
34, 35, same as the furnaces.
So they're shorties. But let's see here. See that funky little supply air connection it has?
Yeah.
Kind of strange. And something that never gets done is they actually want the supply plenum to be this size.
Right.
For
Yeah.
the first,
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
first, like, I mean, everyone you see it's usually the size of the unit. You get a lot of system effect, fan recirculation and stuff.
Yeah, but that on that heat pump, they want that supply plenum to be like freaking 12 inches wide by 20
I
inches
think
deep.
it's like 7 or something. Some
Yeah.
of them it's like 7 inches wide. It's really small.
Are you serious? They want it that small?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
let's
coming
see
out.
what is the opening size that it shows on here.
Oh, you passed it.
Okay.
Go back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back up and see. It's A,
It's
dimension
right
A.
there. A and whatever it is.
So okay, so I'm 17-inch wide. So it's like 8
17 and
inches.
9/16.
Oh
Mhm.
wow. 7 and 9/16.
What was the other dimensions? 17?
It's 17 and a half.
Actually, depth would be 21. Is that what it shows? 18
No.
inches. Deep.
18,
See,
yeah,
that's
something
all over
like
18.
So figure 18.8. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
9/16.
18.8.
Come on. 7.5.
But yeah, like you're saying, yeah, they want you to use a supply coming off that exact size
Mm-hmm.
for at least the first 12, 16 inches at least.
Yeah.
You know.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
You do that with a gas furnace, you'll overheat it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't. You know, I figured it would be the same with electric heat. You know, you just overheat it.
But see, the air that's leaving furnaces don't have the blower at the top though. Like
Yeah.
and it's and most air handlers they're taller because they have a little heat strip section.
Yeah, like the Carrier Bryant's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the heat strip section's above the blower.
Yeah, they call that like static regain section, and this one doesn't have it, so they want you to build it, you know. So what me and Eric we talked about that before. You actually can't make the system be short because they want you to field install this long regain chute out the end, and they say they don't want the duct turning, you know, or anything for that first 18 inches at least. So at the end of the day, you still have a tall air handler. Now, it might not be as wide.
Yeah.
But that's probably why no one ever does that.
So that supply plenum coming off the end, they don't want the first duct coming off until 18 inches later.
At least 18 inches. They said we would like prefer 3 feet, but don't do it for at least 18 inches.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, no one ever reads it. It's in very small print in the duct connection section.
I mean, on the upflows, you know, like in a garage or something like that, that's easy to maintain. But horizontal in the attic, yeah, I think I've had a closer duct than that.
I'm just curious if they have what kind of ARI matches they have for this thing. Might be for all their old. It might be for all their old heat pumps that they don't even make anymore. And that's why John's saying they can't even get them. So let's see. That was what was it? RHBP. Yeah, RBHP. No, here's our new condensers with it. RP15, isn't it, Greg? Yeah, they're yeah. RP, that's our new series. Yeah.
Oh, their new series. All I've seen is the RAs on the
That's straight
gas
air.
electric. Yeah, straight air. Right.
So they don't. Oh, these are all heat pumps. That's what the HP stands for. Huh. Interesting. Maybe that's why John couldn't get them too. But look, here's a RP heat pump 15 SEER with that air handler, and it's 15.5 SEER. It's crazy. 13 EER.
13 ER. Interesting.
Yeah. You know, it's good to know, like, let's say you had a change out where that's what was in there. It might be easy to go back with that one.
Mm-hmm.
They're a pain in the butt to clean, I'd say that much.
Definitely.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I got two that I got maintenance on this year, and I dread pulling that stupid blower every single time because it's a headache to get back together.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the units, but yeah, well the size of them for tight areas, but yeah, their blowers are a pain in the neck to get apart.
Which ones you talking about?
The small air handlers that remakes.
The Ream, the Rude.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? Even on their gas furnaces, I hate taking the blowers out. Checking heat exchangers, I can't stand it. They're just so jammed in there.
Yeah, and the new ones, the high temp limit is so small you can't even check anything out.
High temp limit on the new ones. I didn't even look when I was installing that new one. I didn't even look and see where it's at.
Yeah, I mean they're usually crammed up right by the burner section on the gas ones, and then the hole is about the size of a dime.
Stop ruining our Ream dreams, guys.
You're so rude.
That hole's fine for checking static pressure, you know, maybe external static pressure, maybe, but.
No, you know what? I mean, it's a good furnace. I like those furnaces. I really do. And when I work for myself, and that's what I installed. I never had a problem with it, ever.
You know, I've just been going with who takes care of me, like which distributor is taking care of me, and the guys from Rude and Ferguson, they seem really enthusiastic about me, and really that's like really the selling point for it. The guy from Bryant and Slakey Brothers, he's been trying really hard to you know, get me on his good side and everything like that. But then he gave me Sacramento Kings tickets, and I was like, what? Like, are you trying to get on my good side, or?
No, they do that stuff. That's normal, you know, PR crap.
Right.
You know? I mean, they do that up here. You know, I mean, for you, Greg, I would think that, you know, having a few different lines would be definitely helpful, and it would give you more of a competitive edge.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, definitely. Because right now, I'm not a dealer for anybody. I'll just sell, you know, I can sell you whatever you want, you know. No qualms about it.
You know,
and I let them know, you know, hey, if you want a Cadillac, I can sell you a Cadillac. If you want you know, if you want a Ferrari, if you want a Ford, I can do that for you too. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, if you're a practical guy, we can go straight 80%, like you have now. Single stage, and a lot of people go for that. Okay, well, are there any brands that you've heard of that you happen to like? I don't know. What brand do you like? I'm like, well, That's why I end up going, probably rude is that's where that conversation ends up going most of the time.
Well, see, I mean, we're a carrier dealer, and that's all I deal with all day long. And it's kind of annoying because I mean, there's other companies out there that have better pieces of equipment. I'm not saying better pieces of equipment. I'm just saying there's a different piece of equipment for every application, and sometimes we get kind of limited on what we can use, and we're trying to use stuff we shouldn't be using in the the situation we're in. So I mean, that's where having a few different manufacturers, I think, is kind of important to have, and especially on being a smaller guy instead of being tied into like a main being a dealer for like Carrier or Ream or Root or Bryant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important because Root actually doesn't make a very good 3-ton system. They only have one match, and it's a tiny little 17-inch air handler. So, for a case like that, I might not actually want to do a Root because they limited themselves in that area. But I usually tell people I see all the brands, and I'm not loyal to any of them. If I see that someone makes a better one, that's the one I want.
Right.
And they usually can sympathize with that,
Well, and like here where I'm at, I've been dealing with the same supply house for I've known the guys over there for about 10 years, and I've been dealing with them since I've been on my own for about the last 4 years. And they don't really have, the salesmen don't really bother me much anymore, but they're always talking, oh, you can get on the dealer program, you're going to get on the dealer program. And that's like, when I first started, it was $250 a year. Then it went to $300 a year.
To be a dealer?
Yeah. Now it's $400. Now it's $400 a year. I looked at them. And then I was like, well, okay, well, let's look at the perks. Well, there's really, there are some perks. You get better pricing on equipment.
5%.
Well, but you got to sell, a certain amount of equipment,
right.
A year, and I'm like,
which I'm sure they're flexible on.
Well, yeah, they say
that.
They say that, but I won't believe it because you're paying that money. They're getting a commission. They want you to, they sell, and I'm just, and especially with the new EPA regulations, at 14 SEER, I don't, I used to put some American Standard stuff in with a ECM motor and a 14 SEER builder grade. You get 15 SEER out of it. With 14 SEER now, you builder grade across the board. Unless the customer wants 2-stage or whatever, I just sell them builder grade. No matter what it is.
So you're 14 SEER in Virginia?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
we've been 14. Yeah.
We're still 13 SEER.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we're 14.
Yeah, we can't even get 13 SEER here anymore.
No, you
it's
can't.
not here.
If they've got it. I told you guys last time I was talking to you. You can't even put on your new installs. You're not allowed to use bypasses anymore either. So
yeah, that's a crock of shit. I think. But
starting next year, no more bypasses.
Yeah.
No more bypasses on what?
Say you zone out a system, or something like that. On anytime you do new duct work, if there's an existing bypass and like 20-year-old duct work or something, and you're just attaching to the existing ductwork, it's fine. But if you're changing out the ductwork or adding zoning, you can't run a bypass from supply to return back to return.
Okay, how are you going to control your static?
You have to do it through the new inverter systems that they have with the variables, like the inverter systems, like the DC systems, the DC compressors that ramp up and down accordingly.
So you got to get a full communicating system to run a zone system.
Yeah, but
Well,
then
we
just
don't. We were
like we
talking
were
about it
just
earlier,
talking.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. With the ARDs that they have, the Honeywell ARDs that they have, you can leave them open. You can leave them open. Leave one zone open even though it's closed. That's where your dump zone is. It's basically the other zone that's not on. So that's how I'm going to get around it.
I mean,
Yeah, and then put a 2-stage system in, and it only runs on single stage when it's in one zone. It's calling
Exactly.
zone.
And how much pressure does that put on the unit, on the equipment? You know, I
It all
mean,
varies. It can be perfect and beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. You can dial it. You can dial it in. There's like 4 different levels of openness that you can have on a closed damper. So like when it closes, it can remain open up to 4 different levels.
Mm.
And like Joe was saying, you can actually adjust it even more than that if you needed to.
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy if you got a basement with four runs on it, and you got to dump the rest into the zone that's off, or the other 2 zones that are off. It's kind of defeats the purpose.
I guess depending on square footage differences, yeah.
I mean, to a degree, yes and no, because you're still running the equipment, right? Michigan?
Yeah.
You still got to run the equipment to satisfy the zone. So if I can deliver the same amount of air to that zone as you were going to with a bypass open, and instead of essentially dumping that air right back through the unit again, I'm going to put it in a zone that's not necessarily needing it right now, but why not let the air come out anyway rather than just go through the unit 100 times?
Well, that's true, but
Exactly.
then there's the potential chance for overshooting the zone. They got it set
Okay,
for.
which is, yeah. But typically, your other zone will satisfy before that gets extreme. We kind of talked
I
about
agree, yeah.
in your climate with maybe multi-story homes and a higher heating season. Let's say all that heat from the basement's rising up, and then you do start to really overshoot, potentially. But if you maybe had a 2-stage furnace and you sized the basement zone so it could handle the low stage heating without needing much of a bypass. Yeah, it takes a little more thought, but it can be done and work good.
Yeah, I can't see that overshooting happening for some reason. I just can't wrap my brain around it actually happening.
Like, let's say the upstairs room is already 72 and it's only set for 71 on the thermostat.
Right.
But the basement wants more heat. So the basement's running, but you're dumping more air upstairs, and now it's getting to like 75.
Too hot. Yeah.
And they're like, I'm turning it off, but it gets hot. So, that would be really long run times, like in Michigan's climate, where it's 0 degrees outside, and all the heat is naturally rising up there anyway.
Yeah, I'm saying more hypothetical. I mean, overshooting will happen. I mean, to a certain extent, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But I mean, for some customers, it will be. Because you get your salesman that walks in and says, "Okay, well, yeah, you'll have this temperature here, this temperature here, this temperature here," and then the technician gets out there. Oh, it overshoots. I'm up by 2 degrees. Then it's like, what do you do then?
But our Title 24 standard here in California that I'm always talking about, that's the one that made the new rule about not being able to use bypasses anymore, because they're trying to maintain their SEER rating. And if you're dumping cooler and cooler air into the return, then you're not getting your SEER rating out of your right SEER rating. So,
now, with that Title 24, would they flunk your system if you had no bypass and your static was off the charts? They would flunk.
They don't even check static.
They don't even know what static pressure is.
They don't.
I thought they might in California.
They just care about duct leakage and energy efficiency. They don't give a damn about airflow or.
Well, they do airflow. Yeah, they do 3 tests.
They do airflow.
They do a refrigerant charge test. They do an air. It's California Title 24. So when I do an install, I have to hire a third-party hertz rater to come out and do the use the duct blaster and pressurize the duct system, find out leakage. They have to do a return airflow test. So that's why a lot of our installs we end up having to enlarge returns. We just know it because a lot of guys use rule of thumb before. You got a 14-inch duct on a 3-ton system. You're gonna have 16 by 24 grill. You're gonna have to enlarge that. And then the other one they do the return air, the duct test, and they do the refrigerant charge test. And we have to pay like $250 for it. So,
Are you kidding me?
But they don't do a static pressure test on the supply end. Yeah.
Well, then they're not really doing, it's not really doing any good. I mean,
Well, I guess they're doing flow hood testing.
Yeah, flow hood. Right.
Okay, so if your static's high, they don't care. If your static's high, all they know is you have low airflow.
Exactly. They just want to make sure you have enough air going into the system.
Now here's a loophole. I see a way to get around that, Greg. Is any house that I came to that had a small duct system, I put in a smaller unit to match that smaller duct system. Would they pass that?
Sure, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they don't care about that. But then you got to make sure that it's, especially since you're tightening up the ducts. You could, like, if you were replacing a duct system and you got air leakage down to 6%, then theoretically you could put in a smaller system. In most of those cases. That's what I did with that last system I just put in. I put in a small. I feel like I put in a smaller system than what would have normally gone in there if there was existing ductwork.
Mm-hmm. I think I said this on the last thing out too, but I think somewhere along the lines we've lost the respect for 1 ton of air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
1 ton of air conditioning is like having a ton of ice put in your house and having that replenished every single hour.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is a lot of cooling.
A lot of cooling.
And 1 CFM.
People want to just like completely. They want to meat locker their house out. A lot of times, especially here in California, like you'll get some guys who work outside all day, and they get home and they want their system to be 68 degrees on a 100-degree day or a 95-degree day.
It's not going to do that.
No,
like,
it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Well, they undersized our house. Those damn builders, they undersized our system. I don't know. If I sized your house up right now, I'd probably be about the same size system going in.
Yeah, you do have to ask your customers because obviously some people do like it cold, but I can run usually 800-900 square feet a ton, which is probably a lot more than people are comfortable doing, and still G72 on the hottest day, and it will run a lot more than their old unit does, but explain to them that also means more comfort, more even temperatures, and less humidity, and less power overall.
Right. Explain to them that the goal is to cool that house to your desired temperature on the hottest day of the year. And so that on the hottest day of the year, your house is not getting hotter when the AC is on. That's that fine balance.
Because we're not going to size your unit for that one theoretical day. And then the rest of 364 days of the year, you're paying the penalty because you might want it to be 68 for 1 day this year.
Right.
Seems dumb.
Right.
Well, go back to what you're just saying. You said you size it for 800 CFM or 800.
No. Square foot a ton is roughly what I'm.
800 square foot a ton. Does that mean a lot of those houses down in Florida have absolutely no insulation?
No, it means they have a lot of insulation.
It means they have a lot of insulation, or good ductwork.
We're doing 600 square foot, but
that's what I do. Yeah. I'm doing 500-600. Yeah.
Yeah, 500-600 is standard.
You're at least a ton oversized, then I would say. You would be surprised if you started going up a little, down a little more in your equipment sizes, that you would be like, wow, this actually does work incredibly well still.
I'll have to try that.
It'll work, but it'll just run.
It'll run a little more, but it'll still cycle. I have on our new like foam houses, ones that are really tight, I'm pushing 1,000.
Are you
Really?
serious? 1,000 square
Square
foot
foot
per
a ton.
ton?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Now,
amazing.
that does get tricky if it's a big house to keep your air velocity up, because you need a lot of ducts because there's a lot of rooms, and you've only got, 1,200 CFMs to work with. But I mean, we would all agree that most homes you come to has a 3-ton unit, and it's got at best a 2.5-ton duct system, right? I mean, that's pretty
Yeah.
typical.
Yeah.
So what do? So that means that they've only ever gotten about 2.5 tons of cooling. They've just paid to run the 3-ton.
Very true.
But they really didn't get the 3-ton out of it. So if they're happy and that unit is cycling, then I know I can put in a 2.5-ton and give them what they've got now. Or I could do a 2-ton and give them long run times. And so based on the customer and their particular needs, if they're a thrifty person and they only run their thermostat to 78, then I'll probably do a 2-ton, take out the 3-ton, do a 2-ton. If they're a 72 year-round kind of person, I'd probably go 2.5 and give them what they've got. But so far, it's worked out great. People don't really question me, and it's never a problem about reaching temperature, and they're actually a lot more comfortable. And their equipment lasts longer because
Exactly.
I will run them, with the long run times and the warmer evaporators, because I will run the airflow higher than 400 CFM a ton typically. And what I do is I get better dehumidification from the run times, not necessarily the cold coil. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does
Yeah.
make
The
sense.
people
You
that
get more air
oversize it.
change.
Right.
More air change, but yeah, usually, I mean, we're running sometimes 350 CFM per ton.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the people that are oversizing their systems are just like totally dehydrating that house. It just zaps any moisture out of that air.
And then it shuts off.
Right. Right.
Well, that's
I
what we
kinda
usually
tell-
do. We'll put a 2-ton condenser outside, 2.5-ton coil inside.
Yeah.
Pull more humidity out of the air.
That's what I do a lot. That's what we do a lot with our systems around here too.
Yeah, we get a lot.
2.5
we're
ton
going-
outdoor and 2-ton indoor.
No,
reverse.
Reverse it. Bigger blower inside.
But it just kind
with
of
a
seems
smaller
like
condenser outside.
that's a backwards way to go around the core issue. The core issue you want is a drier house, and you're going to put in a unit that consumes more watts, but then you're going to cripple it by doing 300 CFM per ton. So why not just do the smaller unit?
No, because we're putting a 2-ton unit outside, 2.5-ton coil inside, 350 CFM, so that your way runs longer, it gets humidity out of the air. Our way runs shorter and gets just as much humidity out of the air because of the coil surface.
Okay. But I would only say that your way uses more electricity.
It
to do the same
no. No, why do you say that?
Because you've got a larger compressor.
No.
We have a smaller compressor.
And you're
it's a
getting
smaller
less
compressor
capacity.
outside.
No, because what I'm saying is you would do
what
a 2.5.
What are we comparing it to, Joe?
Okay, we're comparing your 2-ton system with a 2.5-ton coil to
Okay.
my 1.5-ton system with a 2-ton coil. You follow me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So
my
it
system's
might
going to
break
run
out
higher
even.
air. Exactly. Well, potentially, but the only benefit would be longer unit life, because
Less cycles.
we would probably all agree that running it at 300 CFM or 350 does make it run a little colder, and coils tend to leak a little quicker and stuff like that. Ducts will sweat more. So that would be the only thing I would say would be a side benefit, would be longer unit. That's just kind of what I sum up by longer unit life.
What do you mean
But
by
I would
ducts?
say actually
What do you mean by ducts will sweat more?
yours are probably in conditioned space mostly.
Yeah, ours are
Yeah.
in the basement.
Ours aren't. Ours are it's pretty common to find a unit vertical in a garage here,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll just be dripping sweat with even 400 CFM per ton. It just drips water. Ductwork in any kind of an unconditioned space will sweat more when it's
Yeah.
colder.
Yeah, I don't see that too often up here because the basements are pretty conditioned unless it's an extreme case of humidity like we had last year, where we did see a lot of ductwork sweating just due to the fact we had so much humidity.
Well, I believe it's basically design on climate zone where what your climate is.
It is.
Our biggest thing where I'm at and where my heat guy is Michigan. We got a longer heating season than we do cooling season. So I guess what you'd say is when we upsize the indoor blower a half ton bigger than the outdoor condenser or whatever, it's more for comfort during the heating than it would be, than the cooling,
I'll agree. Yeah, you'll get a little more capacity in the heating season. Yeah.
Because we need that. We need that, especially for winters where we're at. So that's why we kind of do it that way around here in our areas.
That was funny, Joe, on your package unit install. And you said to your dad, we could have went a ton smaller. And then your dad looked at you like, oh my god.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why you said that, but now I get it. Now I get it. Now I get it.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to do it a half a ton smaller.
Right. Yeah, I know.
No, I can't do it because we already went from a 4-ton to a 3-ton 2-stage, and I said, we're going to be limited by these ducts. We're not going to be able to really do much more than X amount, and my kind of target temps kind of showed that. But yeah, we argue about that a lot. My dad's old school, but I've got him pretty far off of the old 500-ton or just put back what came out thing we used to do. So,
is that your company, Joe, or is it your dad still?
No, it's my dad. I've worked for him for 13 years now, and just this year in December, I got my own Florida license, and I actually have my own company now.
Good for you.
I still, for all practical purposes, it looks like I work for my dad, but I send him a bill, he pays me, I do all my own stuff. So it's a great setup my dad's doing for me. I have work to do every day, and I didn't have to start from scratch like you did. I have a lot of respect for what you're doing. You're having to hustle really hard.
Yeah. It's fun though, man. Like I like getting out there, and for some reason I don't mind getting out there in front of total strangers and just being just trying to pitch my company and drive up that business. So
yeah, you're a pretty outgoing, likable guy. So I think you'll.
Thanks. I got I got like 6 property managers now that are going to be giving me work in the summer. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'll just keep using the Home Advisor as well. And I have realtors. I'm in a realtor association. I know I'm finding out that realtors are a different breed, but I'm looking forward to the property managers to work for them.
They're about as bad as realtors, though.
Oh man, don't say that.
Property management companies around here they are.
I don't know them yet. I've had pretty good luck so far. Like this past winter when I started up, I had 2 of them going, and they were cool.
You'll find good ones. You'll find bad ones, just like everything. But my whole thing is that. What was that, John?
Oh, I was just going to ask Greg, how long does it take them to pay the property managers?
So property managers get paid on the rent is due on the 1st, and it's
Okay.
late by the 3rd.
So-
So property managers get paid pretty much the first week, or at least by the 1st. So you can expect about 7 days later to get your check will be in the mail. And so they said if your payment is more than 45 days late, then something's wrong, and there's some breakdown in communication. So they want the agents for the property managers want the invoices as soon as possible, but you're not going to get paid for like if you do a job on the 10th, you're not going to get paid until basically like first or second week of the following month,
Right.
which is fine.
Yeah, I just remember Las Vegas air conditioning. He basically dropped all his commercial accounts, like kind of like the big people, Staples, IHOP, and all that stuff, because he just said they just took way too long to pay, and he has bills, his guys to pay, and he was just sick of it. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're going over 2 months, then yeah, probably not going to work with you anymore. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I'll have to find another way to get business, because if you can't pay me in 30 days, 30 to 45 days, then I'll just, there's other people that will.
Right.
You may need to break a few legs.
I'm down for that. I'll do that too. I'm a hockey player. I've been known to get some penalty minutes in hockey.
I think we were talking about that this last week or the week before. My invoices, I've never had to do this, but my invoices at the bottom say if payment is not received, yada yada, I have the right to come back and take the parts I used without any responsible for any damage it may cause the customer. Do you think that's illegal? Like if I were to act on it?
What?
Go ahead, Kurt.
Did y'all see that video that Steve Labb put out about the House of Blessing?
Yeah, I did.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Now see that's to me, I could understand what he's saying, but that's a little extreme. Over $90. It's principle of the matter. I get it.
Yeah.
But I mean,
what did he do? He didn't get paid, so he went back and took the part out.
No. He took the fellow to court. He got the magistrate and everything for $90. It was
we
over.
have a mandatory arbitration for anything under, I think, $25,000 or something.
Yeah, I mean, he fixed it was just like a boiler system. It wasn't, too bad. It's just $90, but the guy never paid and blah blah. And then he said the magistrate got a check from him, and he took the check to cash it, and the check was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, bounce. So you got to watch the video, Greg. So he goes back. Yeah, so he sends the magistrate back, and he finally gets paid. But you just gotta. The thing is in business, you just gotta watch, people who you work for.
Yeah, it seems like at least from the guy, these YouTube videos, a lot of guys have problems with the churches paying. I think Zach got screwed over for a heat exchanger that they didn't want to.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
so now he's stuck with the heat exchanger.
Yeah. I'm sure.
What was the name of that video, Curse? You remember?
It's a House of Blessing. The story about the House of Blessing, or the Blessing House, or something like that. It was earlier this week. So
the story of Full Blessing Ministries.
That's it.
1,400 views.
Yeah, that was. Oof.
Hey Joe, you were talking
about. How long
about,
ago was that?
Was that 4 days ago? No, what?
Oh, I gotta watch that one.
Hey Joe, you were talking about your smart probes a little earlier, saying about the range. Are you talking? You have the air probes?
Yes.
What device were you using for a tablet?
iPad.
And how old is that?
It's like from 2012.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that may be your problem because maybe the Bluetooth chip is not as good as the newer devices like the 4.0 chips.
Hmm.
I mean, you
thought
just
about that, but then I was reading online, and there was other guys complaining about it. And he said he had like an iPhone 6, so I was like, you know, I wish I could try it, like without buying it.
right. Yeah. I mean, if you could borrow someone.
Yeah. But I don't know if you heard me too. I also am kind of annoyed every time it drops one of the air probes. Sometimes it won't reconnect on its own. Which is kind of frustrating. And then every time it does reconnect, it goes back to Celsius, and I have to reselect Fahrenheit. And if it does it multiple times, it gets annoying to keep doing that.
I mean, yeah, I experienced that a few times
You
as
did?
well. Yeah.
I hope they plan to fix that.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be easy to fix that little glitch. But
I'm gonna have to get those testos eventually. Break down and get them. It's a company expense.
yeah, you can write stuff off now. That's what I'm doing. I'm buying all that stuff through my business account.
For the price point, you can't beat it. I mean, $200
No, exactly.
I didn't realize it had an app on it and everything too, so that seems cool.
Yeah, it's all
What I was
app-based.
doing is I can run the iManifold app and I can run the Smart Probes apps kind of simultaneously, and I'm just inputting the stuff so I can get a lot more information out of the probes. Because they don't tell you, I wish they kind of told you more. They don't tell you target evaporator temp. They don't tell you your enthalpy change. And you can actually tell a lot about a system from that information. And they don't show it, but I can kind of just toggle between the two apps. And
yeah, I think Testo's is trying to keep it simple for the most.
That's best with me.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not all mad.
You're relatively. Yeah, I'll have to do it. Yeah, I know. But Greg, I was surprised. You're relatively new to this trade. I didn't know that.
Yeah, with it, I'm 6. This is my 6th year of doing it. So.
Yeah, I think in 6 more years you would be surprised. You know.
Yeah.
That you want more. You know. So I say that some guys they don't really care to know all the ins and outs, and that's perfectly fine. You seem like you are great with the business side of things.
Yeah, I'm pretty practical. I'm a pretty practical guy as far as like with the new technology stuff. But which is why I like when I'm in a house and I'm saying what system are we going to go with, and say, well, I tell you what, when I change my system out, it's going to be with a single stage unit, 80% furnace. And that's just because that's the kind of guy I am. So, like, I don't, more.
Yeah, you're not going to be like, well, let's try a ton smaller. Let's do all this stuff.
Yeah, the more stuff that's in that system that can break is just going to cost me more money down the road. And so a lot of people tend to agree with me. I mean, maybe I need to get out of that frame of mind, as a business owner and start thinking. Thinking differently, especially with the warranties that are on stuff now. I mean, you get pretty much 10-year warranty on pretty much everything now. So, whereas before it was 5 years on control boards and stuff like that. Now you got like 10-year warranties on everything.
It's like I tell all my customers.
What's that?
Go ahead.
No,
you got to believe in what you're selling.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And it's like I tell all my customers, I say, look, I says, we can do whatever you want. I says, but in the end, you have to live with it. I can do it. I can do whatever you want, put whatever you want in, change whatever you need done. I says, but in the end, you have to live with it. So he says,
and I tell you what I like. I like PSC motors.
Thank you. PSCs and pistons.
I do, man. I just do. But
I've got a video series coming up that you guys should check out. I'm building a fan that'll make attics so much more bearable to work on in the summers.
Can't wait to see that one. Can't wait to see that one.
That way, next time you pull out a variable speed unit, save the motor and the control board and build you one of these fans that I'm building.
Sweet.
And set it up and blow it through the scuttle hole door and just blow 2,000 CFM, up through that scuttle hole door.
Yeah.
And
was it kind of like a duct that reaches down to the to the floor below it, to the house?
No, I did start experimenting with that, but then I got away from that, and I was just using a fan, a blower out of a unit, sitting on the floor. It's got little wheels on it, so I can kind of roll it around. And it's got a supply grill on the end of it, so it can shoot the air. You can adjust it to kind of however you want it. But the supply grill is going to make that air velocity like go through the roof, and it's going to be like a duct because the velocity is so high.
Yeah.
It works great. I had one last summer. I have two actually. I built two. They're kind of different. They'll be on the video. But I'm building a third one. I'm going to give it to some guys that we work with for them.
Nice.
Kind of showing you guys all the steps to take your old junk ECM motor. Full variable speed is what this one is with the 16-pin connector.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have ripped one of those out before and thrown it in the trash.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So for like $40 of materials, you can build something useful out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting late for me too, man. I've been in this chair for 4 hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
I appreciate you guys showing up, man. Absolutely.
Again.
Not a problem.
Happy
Hopefully we'll do
Easter.
it again next week.
Yeah, for sure,
Yep.
definitely.
All
Okay,
right,
guys.
y'all have a good evening.
All right.
All right. See y'all. See you, John.
Bye. Bye, Joe.